Okay everybody, welcome, and let's just hope this is all gonna work nicely today. I'm expecting things to explode only several times, but maybe on some tables, that's about it. I do hope that the stream is gonna actually go strong. Still twiddling thumbs and knobs here as well. Welcome to day 2. I hope I'm loud enough and I'm not too loud for some of you. Yesterday apparently there were some audio issues. There were many issues yesterday, and I don't mean the issue being lat being the prevalent ID on the runner side with the boat. But here we are, we're gonna be going live. Let me just check all the screens that I have, okay? Fair enough. If you want to check the day 1 results, the Cobra link is on the screen as well. If you are going to type in !Cobra into the chat, you should be seeing that Cobra link. But the action today is going to be happening in a top bracket of 8 players. And for that, one of the judges, I think, or the judge team, but I think Navi passed me the link, and she made the bracket work as well, so you can see all the 8 players there, and you can also see the deck list. But to get there, you just have to type in !Decks. I hope that's going to work for you. If it doesn't, shout at me, I'm going to be fixing things. Otherwise, the decks are going to be made public very shortly. The players already know about them, they're already preparing. And let me just test this. Does this still work? Hello there. Yeah, but we're not going to be doing much cameraing today, but it's great to see you. Always happy to be here. I'm going to be commentating the first few rounds on my own. I'm going to be joined later on by some folks, so I hope you can bear with me. I have my trusty coffee with me in a very fancy neuropantser inspired cup, so everything's going to be just fine. But yeah, let's just jump on and see what is going to be happening in the top brackets. Well, for now we're going to be in the top bracket because that is going to be changing soon, but let's just walk you through the Okay, the exclamation decks command doesn't work. Well, we're gonna fix it, don't worry. But let's just make sure that you see the matchups here on the screen, and huge thanks to Navi for providing me with the deck lists ahead of time so I could make it a bit fancier, maybe. I hope it's legible. If it's not, this is the first bracket, and I will ask you to choose only one of those 4 games, but the first game is between Bridgman seated as number 1 and Ysengrin on number 8 for now. Ob and Lat versus Lat and Haas Bioroid Precision Design. So you can see those decks here on the screen, live and direct. Now you can get to see all the secret tech. Well, it's not that secret, but generally you get to see what the folks who have been playing with yesterday. We've seen Ysengrin, we've seen Jeff on the stream yesterday quite a bit. Bridgman, no, and the deck doesn't look that super spicy to me. I don't know, do you see anything particularly interesting there? The double boom in Ob, the triple hard-hitting news, the Econ Warfares that we've seen popping up here and there, the Excavators. I mean, there's a bunch of spicy cards in here. Let's see if Bridgman, who's a very good player, if Bridgman can turn that to this deck's advantage, of course, if Ob gets to play. Then seed number 2 versus seed number 7. We have MrBuggles, who was also playing secretly yesterday, and that's very good, because there's a lot of spice in this PE, versus TugtetguT, also known as Asa Group. This is the secret PE, people. This is the technology you've been looking for. 12 agendas, 23 assets. Look at the spiciness of the assets here. Server Overwriter, Clearinghouse, Moonpool, all the goodness. I'm going to be bringing these up again very shortly before we choose the game, but this is the game number 2 that we could be watching, of course. Then game number 3 as well. Here we have Kikai on Precision Design and Adam versus Pinsel on the greenest combination you can think of. Captain Padma Isbister, which is great to see as a new Shaper ID, with, of course, go figure, three copies of the boat, but it's, you could call it a good stuff Padma, right? I mean, there's a lot of good stuff in here. There's the DJ Fenris for good measure as well, so nothing too surprising. A pinhole threading, because why not, and a mad dash. Very solid cards, very solid player. Let's see how that sails, so to speak. And then the Ob that I was really eager to see the setup for, and it just looks really cool. I'm loving this. 9 agendas, very interesting things here. I'm gonna be leaving the discussion about the decks for you folks as well, because I'm not a big deck theorist, but once we get 2 additional commentators, we're definitely gonna be talking about the decks. And in the finals, I do hope that we're gonna get the finalists, the top 2 at least, to talk about their decks. We'll see how that goes, of course, depending on the day. That was seed number 3 versus seed number 6, so that leaves, of course, seed number 4 versus seed number 5. And here we have cobrabubbles on Sportsmetal and Lat versus Matuszczak on Architects of Tomorrow. Another very interesting deck here. The only Architects of Tomorrow in the top 8, which is surprising that it actually got that far. You have the Trieste model Bioroids in there. You have some nasty things. You have a single copy of Ganked. This is the fun part. So yeah, you can see the setup here. Very interesting to see how Matuszczak is going to pilot this if he gets to. And then, of course, Lats everywhere. And I'm really sorry if you're here to not watch Lat games, but there's probably going to be some Lat games, okay? Like, I really wish I could tell you no Lat games today, but nope, that's not going to be the case. We're going to be playing, of course, on the spun up Nisei.net fork of Jinteki, just to make sure that everything is stable. And what else can I give you? Well, this is the bracket, right? So hi there, Nemo, and hi Shorty, and hi Chaos, and Navi, and Saya, and Ponderon. I'm going to fix things. Netrunner Berlin, hello, and Saya. Yeah, I wasn't checking really the chat. Sorry for that. Huge field today with very good players. So I hope we're gonna be. I hope we're gonna enjoy this quite a bit. People are already prepping things here. You can see my cursor. Oh no, this is so unprofessional. But yeah, folks are checking their decks as well. Right now, because the pairings are of course known, so the top players are already checking stuff. I'm gonna be switching to to the live table view just to see how they set up. And you should tell me which pairing are we going to play. I'm going to review them very quickly again. So, this is table 1, Bridgman versus Ysengrin. If you want this table, shout, or well, let me know. We're not gonna organize any polls in the chat or anything like that. That's that's a bit barbaric. Then we have MrBuggles versus TugtetguT. MrBuggles versus TugtetguT would be awesome to see if we get to see the Jinteki PE in action. And I think MrBuggles owes us some games for yesterday because we couldn't see a single one. So yeah, I think MrBuggles would be awesome. MrBuggles going in with the raffles already. Raffles haven't started yet. Table 3, Kikai versus Pinsel. I mean, what's not to love? Very good IDs, very good players. Yeah, that could be quite fun to see. And then this table, let's see, table 4, cobrabubbles versus Matuszczak. We're gonna see soon who's playing what. So I'm just gonna switch to an intermission screen and. Yeah, let's take a look at, whoops, clicking around, just making sure that things are visible for you and they're not looking too silly. Yep, yesterday we had so many technical issues, it was just terrible. Today, I hope this to be better. Let's see, okay, yeah, we have the bold. So Ysengrin is going to be corping, cobrabubbles is going to be corping, TugtetguT is going to be corping, and kikai is going to be corping. This is the story here. So generally you have a bunch of players, and the ones I'm hopefully highlighting for you right now are going to be corping. Okay, that kind of gives us the idea of the matchups, right? I mean, we could be going for lat versus precision design. We could be going for Hoshiko Shiro versus Asa Group. We could be going for, this is Kikai, so that's Precision Design versus Captain Padma is Bister. Or on the table here, between cobrabubbles and Matuszczak, we could be going for Sportsmetal versus Lat. And Kikai's Corpus Spicy, I hear. I think that's a good call. It's a precision design. Actually, no, isn't that spicy? Wait a second. I don't see anything spicy in there. It just looks very, 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 very run of the mill, so to speak. So yeah, I don't know. But MrBuggles, I think we should just see MrBuggles for the fun of it, and because no table set right now as well, just making sure, because we didn't see a single game by MrBuggles yesterday, so just checking with the top cut chat to make sure that things are okay. Oh, and we're gonna be joined by Ed pretty soon. Haha, that's great. I do hope things are gonna work out better today than yesterday. Hello, Ed, can you hear me? Hello, hello?
Hello.
Okay, this is perfect, and we didn't do any microphone check or anything, but chat, please tell me if things are going okay with Ed's volume and whatnot, and we can be tweaking things, of course, if we need to. But it's great to have you back. How are you doing?
How am I sounding, everyone? Hello, good morning. Welcome.
To me, you always sound lovely. I mean, that's for sure. To everybody else on the stream, I don't know. You remember yesterday, it was a bit of a disaster. Hopefully today we're gonna... Yeah, Ed sounds great, of course. I mean, that's absolutely...
Fantastic.
Fantabulistic. What's the word? Wait a second. Supercalifragilistic... something.
Expialidocious.
That's what I need you for, because I have no idea and the syllables escape me. So yeah, welcome back. How are you doing today? Are you excited for this?
I'm very excited, Vesper.
Okay.
I'm excited to be doing the commentary. I'm excited to be watching some games with you. Hopefully between the two of us we can work out what on earth these decks are trying to do.
I have
no idea. Deck looks very spicy.
Yeah, I hope we
get to see that.
I hope we get to see that on stream. So please lose against MrBuggles so we get to see MrBuggles playing Corp. Okay, that's a silly request to make on stream. Everybody should play their best and everybody should do their best, of course. I just hope, I really do hope that we get to see that PE deck because it's so much fun to play against. Oh, we have a hint in the chat. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. There we go. And I know that the command is still not working, so I'm fixing it right now, folks. Apologies for that. It's just bots are apparently a bother sometimes. I just don't know why it doesn't work. Well, anyway, do tell us who do you think is going to be winning today, having seen all the deck lists, if you already had a chance.
Which table did we decide on? Did we decide table 3 or?
I think we're going. I think we're going. What's his name? We're going table 3. Yeah, we're gonna see MrBuggles. I think that's the story here.
Oh, they've started.
Oh, jeez. Really? Like nobody told. What is this? People just. Wait, where are they starting? I don't see anything on.
It's in the tournament tab.
Yeah, that was 0 games for me. It's okay. Now it's on for me. Okay. Whoa, this is weird. Thanks, computer, for working. Well, okay, there we go. Yeah, here we are. You should be able to pull up deck lists right now. Good luck to everybody.
Excellent.
And we're here.
So we've got Asa versus Hoshiko. TugtetguT on Asa.
Yep.
Starts with 2 installs. And let me mute my tab. Sorry, everyone, if you heard that.
No worries, no worries.
And a border control, which is being, I'm just scrolling up through what's happened, which got rezzed.
Yeah, there's a lot of action here, and this is going to get only faster. TugtetguT on Asa, of course, knows the deck right now. We know it's a Hoshiko, so Hoshiko does need a bit of time to apply pressure, but if you let Hoshiko get into the centrals, you might be in for a bit of a problematic situation, so you definitely don't want to have that happen. But here we just have server 1 protected with a single border control. What is going on?
And remember, this isn't Hoshiko, this is Hoshipko. We've got 2 boats in this Hoshiko list.
Yeah, that's a Hoshipko indeed.
On TugtetguT's side, what's interesting there? You've got the Trieste model Bioroids, which is the kind of the boat tech. Aside from that, there is 1 Helion beta test.
This is the spicy tech, yeah.
The spicy include.
Yesterday we were looking at different things happening, including neurostasis, and we were like, what the heck is going on? People are playing cards that have been in the binders forever, and now they're apparently becoming all of a sudden very useful because the boat is there. But yeah, so far I think I actually don't know. Have you ever had a chance to ask a top 8 player how they play, knowing the decks? Like, do they have a spreadsheet open next to them and they're just checking what's going on and they're counting the cards as well? I think that's a lot of upkeep, right? Yeah,
it's a lot of information to keep your eye on, isn't it? Really, you know, you're trying to keep the list in your head. Yep. You don't want to get done for slow play as well. You don't want to sit there study the lists. You do have them as reference.
Yeah.
So Asa looks like got a very typical Asa setup here, where you're not really worrying about protecting centrals to start off, and you're looking more for the tempo going out wide. This is kind of like the classic pinsel Asa list and the tablet Asa. We go out wide. You don't protect the centrals to start with. You kind of let HQ, you're trying to install out of HQ as protection rather than using ice to protect HQ.
I mean, this is the thing. You also have 2 copies of Stargate in this Hoshiko, so R&D does need protection, and there is ice coming down there. But I was a bit worried that this is precisely what's going to happen. It's like, you know, you get a quick Stargate run or 2 or 3 in the very beginning if your opponent doesn't protect R&D, and then you really have to scramble to get things back going. But that hasn't happened, so the game is still afoot, so to speak.
Certainly going to be quite happy as TugtetguT with how this game started, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
It looks like drawn well.
Yeah.
Installed in server 1, presumably with something like a Managarm there.
Yeah, very solid positioning.
Could well see an agenda. It's been installed in server 1, the second piece of ice.
Yep. Could also be, I mean, that's the thing. You probably at the stage, like your online credits, you definitely want to start scoring the agendas at some point, so you might as well just go for it, especially if it's an off-world or transubstantiation. I mean, any points are good, of course, but I don't think this could be... you have the Maryland on the table. You're not going to be losing the runner here into that server. You're probably just taking advantage of the fact that the runner is still setting up, even though we have some breakers in the heap already. We have a Black Orchestra, but that's still not enough. There we go. That's a transluminal. Okay. Oh, sorry. Luminal transubstantiation. I always get the words wrong, but you know, I mean, the syllables are almost correct, just in different order. And
More or less.
Back in again, just jamming in.
So an interesting thing that happened there, just at the start of TugtetguT's turn, we saw the Spin Doctor shuffle 2 hedge funds back in.
Yep.
Rather than what you'd normally do, or what decks often do, is leave the Spin Doctor on the board.
Yep.
And then shuffle in just when the run's been baited or when there's agendas in archives.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. Obviously, felt the need to have that extra economy. The 2 hedge funds going back into R&D.
Yeah, that's definitely saying you will need money for the longer game, or you're trying to rush out. I mean, we don't know what's in HQ, of course, but having seen the draw and the installs and the corp here in a very good position, really, like this is a very strong position. You have a scoring remote right now. Okay, it's coming back in. Sorry, chat. It's just things are happening, and if you get, technical issues. I don't know who's hacking me, but please don't. We're back in the game. Everything seems to be going well. I hope. I'm just gonna do a test on my side. Although I think people can hear. Yeah.
Can you hear?
Yeah, I'm fine with you, and everything seems to be working. I'm just going to do test. No, okay, I have to leave the game and rejoin. That's it. No other way to fix it. Going back in. I would like to.
Vesper's having a few technical issues. I'll just let you know. Off-World Office was scored out of server 1 with a seamless. And
there we go.
On MrBuggles' turn, just drew up. And installed a botulus on R&D. And the stream's back up.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's just...
And you're sounding good again.
I hope so.
Apex from yesterday came back to haunt you, I think.
I think my ISP just needs, I don't know, like a encouraging letter of I'm going to drop you unless you fix my connection. But anyway, we're back in the game, and this is the only thing that matters today. So if there are any technical issues, I'm really, really sorry, and I'm just going to move to a country with a stable connection. But yeah. And really, huge apologies to anybody getting frustrated. I am as frustrated as you are and more. So huge apologies.
Absolutely. I hope I haven't cursed it, because I think you were fine all day yesterday afternoon once I left the stream, weren't you?
No. It's absolutely not your fault. It's just the ISP here being wonky. I don't know why on a weekend. But well, here we go. Trashing the spin though. 1 in the archives. So making sure that the corp is not going to be that flexible, because here we go, Stargate. So that's the play here. MrBuggles just saying, okay, time for me to get some agendas. Looking in there to reveal the drafter, the Fairchild, and a hedge fund. So no luck on that hit. Let's take a look at the heap. Well, we do have some tools in there.
Yeah, we've got the paperclip and the Black Orchestra in the bin.
Yep.
We've not seen the boat hit the table yet. So this list is on 2 paperclip, 2 Black Orchestra, and just the 1 MK Ultra, plus the 2 boats. So fully up from TugtetguT. Obviously a huge value card with the with 2 servers iced out. Gives 3 decisions. Drawing up twice, drawing 4 cards. And gaining 2 credits. So on 21, very healthy number of credits there for TugtetguT.
Yeah. The corp doing really well here on the econ side, on the point side. Everything is just fine and dandy for the corp. We do know that the Stargate is a risk on R&D, but TugtetguT has 8 cards in hand right now. So there's probably going to be some installation going as well and protecting R&D, or just going in for server 1 and pushing onwards.
This game turns into a bit of a race now, right? It's how fast can MrBuggles win off R&D? Is there time for TugtetguT to score out in server 1?
Yep.
It's potentially the gameplay that we're going to see happen.
There we go, server 1.
A big think here. What's going to be installed? No big deal in Tug's list. No.
No big deals.
I don't think we've got big deals in the cut, unfortunately.
Ah, there we go. R&D protection, making sure there is a hippo on the table though, so that piece of ice, well, that could be going away soon, depending on what MrBuggles is gonna pull out of the magical hat here, on Hoshiko's side, because the hippo is a risk for R&D, and the botulus with the 3. Oh, there we go, boat. So yeah, there we go. Pressure, pressure, pressure. That's the anti-boat tech, Helen beta test.
So I think really what Asa would have been looking for here would have been an Ansel for R&D.
Yeah.
Because we've not seen the MK yet. Other breakers are accessible in the heap, so.
Yeah.
But with the boat down on the table, anything can be broken now. That R&D suddenly looking a lot softer. And still on 12 credits, even with boat down. Yeah, coming into R&D now.
Stargating,
yeah. The Stargate.
So that drafter is going to be probably trashed.
Yeah.
I think it's a good hippo target. Yeah, definitely. For sure. Worth it.
And whiffs on the Stargate. I mean, you're going to be happy to see Rashida. I think that Rashida's going to get trashed.
Yeah, or the fully
dropped.
No, probably Rashida, yeah. Well, let's see. Shippo! That's a good one.
I think I'd trash. Okay, fair enough.
Would you go for the drafter, or?
I'd be trashing the Rashida. But, I can see an argument for fully up as well. It's such a high value card. I think I'd want to be taking away installables because they're posing a threat at the moment, right? In server 1, there's going to get close to a point where MrBuggles is going to have to run server 1 every time something's installed in there. So taking away something that can be installed just means there's less chance of those expensive runs that use up all your resources to trash the Rashida.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Double advance and nothing else. It's just, I'm just gonna make some money here. Server 1 threatening the win right now, right?
Yeah, threatening the GFI in server 1. We're assuming there's a Managam in there as well, and you've got the border control, so quite a lot of protection on that server. MrBuggles has no breakers on board, but access to 2 in the bin.
Yep.
Plus the boat has got the 2 tokens, so it can break 2 subroutines on a piece of ice as well. But only 11 credits. Is that going to be enough to get into server 1? Which I think really needs to happen this turn for MrBuggles to stay in the game.
Yep. That's the thing. Do remember, by the way, folks, that this is double elimination. So even if you lose your first game, you still get you go to the lower bracket, and in the lower bracket you're going to be facing other people off. So generally, you just have to, as the name implies, double elimination means that you have to be defeated twice in order to be out of the tournament and just get one of the places in the top 8. So even if MrBuggles doesn't win here against TugtetguT, there is still a chance to go through the lower bracket and get back into the finals, of course.
It's a big thing by MrBuggles, understandably. Yeah. You know, this is potentially the last turn of the game for you. Yeah,
I'm just gonna change to the deck list so that people can see what's going on here again, just so that you have an idea. And once they get back into the thinking, we're gonna just very quickly, from the thinking into the acting, we're gonna very quickly jump in there. But this is basically, these are the lists, and oh, there we go, that's a click. We're running HQ, but this is not a Stargate run, mind you. Unless it's a misclick, that also can happen.
No, so you're running R&D, you know that Rashida's at the top of R&D. So you're going to click 1 trash Rashida, then click 2 Stargate. And that will see 3 new cards, because you know you've got rid of the Stargate here.
Yeah. With the 4 tokens on Botulus, with the 4 virus counters, very little this Ansel can do, but this is a big thing because, well...
yeah, this is this is kind of big because it's going to use up 3 counters on the Ansel,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then I suppose the second run through with the Stargate run, maybe you're going to have to not break all subroutines on Ansel. So yeah, trashing the Rashida as I suggested.
Feels good. Rest for 6, break for 0. I mean, yeah, that's the story with with the modern meta. That's basically it.
Sure, but the fact is, he's going to have to come in the second time for this line to work.
That is true. You could be doing a Stargate run here right now, indeed. But this is still better because at least you had to spend some resources. Still better than playing against Geist, and Geist just running in with 0 credits, a ton of cards on the table, and then making more money on the run than actually spending.
Making money from the run.
Yeah, that was terrible. I mean, terrible, great, of course. But here we go. Oh, undo click. Okay, this is the Stargate run. Okay, here we go. Let's see what the Stargate picks from there.
So fully breaking the Ansel.
Oh,
no agendas.
Nothing in there. This is harsh. Still 2 clicks to go, but now server 1 is the thing where you have to go now because of that at least single border control. The corp on 13 credits. There could be 2 border controls for what we know. Let's just check the bin. Yeah, no border controls in the bin. And if there's a lot of ifs here, and server 1 looks kind of hard to get in with 10 credits, 1 boat counter. Okay, we're just going HQ. Forget about server 1. It does look a bit sus. I'm just checking if there's anything you can advance in there. Not really. Like, that has to be an agenda. No other thing.
It's the Helium test again.
The one-off. And that's probably GG at this stage.
Got to be hoping that this is just a 4-2, but no.
No, there we go.
GFI for the win.
That's a GFI.
Good game.
Well played on both sides. 9 turns, 7 points. Okay, let's just jump out. And we will be seeing, of course, both of these players later on, hopefully. I want to see that PE. But anyway, is there a table you would like to jump into and ask if we can take a look? I don't know.
Let's go the next one down.
Okay, so
kikai and pinsel.
Yeah. Would you mind jumping in and asking? Or maybe they're almost done?
It's finished. Yeah.
Oops.
Is that finished?
I don't know. Any points? Any flat lines?
That looks over. Yeah.
Okay. So table 4.
With kikai taking the win.
Oh. Okay.
Pinsel.
Okay. So let's go table 4 then, if you don't mind.
Of course.
I'm gonna put the matchup on the screen. If we're gonna be okay with this.
Yeah, all good.
Okay, we're jumping into table 4 then, and let's take a look at what they have here.
So we've got Sportsmetal going against Lat. This is Matuszczak's Lat, which is slightly different cards in it. It's got the SMC, it's got the pinhole threading. I think it's got a Reaver in here as well.
Yeah.
And it's got the Find the Truth, 1 copy of. cobrabubbles on maybe a more regular Sportsmetal. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything particularly spicy in there. It's just go fast.
But look, we have harmonic eyes here. This is fun. Echo, indeed.
Oh yeah, good spot. I suppose Echo's it is a 2-cost end the run, isn't it? It's a gear check, really.
Yeah.
You know, with vanilla out the card pool, perhaps that's one of the cheaper options on the table, just as a hard end the run. How many Echoes are there in the list? 2 Echoes, so potentially you can get up to 2 end the run subs on there.
Mm-hmm. Which is not
so
too bad.
Relay.
Yeah.
No, it's not. No.
Yeah.
2 agendas scored for cobrabubbles on 2 points apiece.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean,
there's a degree of synergy there with the Elvigar bifurcation.
Yeah.
whereby you can de-res the echo, not the second echo, you can de-res and then re-res.
Yeah, you might be powering them up because whenever you res them, you place one power counter. Yeah, I was just thinking, can the charge mechanic interact with those pieces of ice? Could you be adding counters here? It's a card with a power counter.
I think you can. I don't know why you would, but I think you can.
I mean, you know, just being nice. I don't know. Maybe imagine in the future, and I have no idea. This is not a scoop. I'm just having fun here. Imagine there's a card that says overload or something, and you play it as a runner. And if there's a card on the corp side that has too many power counters, it just explodes. Like it gets trashed. That would be cool, right? So you'd be overcharging corp cards just to make them, you know, disappear. That's also a possibility. It's kind of like virus counters, but the other way around. And power counters, I think, are still an unexplored or largely unexplored mechanic because there are cards with them, and now with the charge mechanic they do actually mean a bit more. But before that, they were kind of like those untouchable counters that were always doing cool things. But yeah,
so we got I think here from cobrabubbles. Obviously had drawn quite a lot and just spamming out three installs here.
You do have 7 credits. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, we have got the Find the Truth on the table on Matuszczak's side, an early install.
Yeah.
Find the Truth, obviously, very useful in that you can decide when you want to spend your boat counters. You could run archives, check the top of R&D, knowing that it's easier for you to get in.
Yep.
And that Ngolo and Endurance together, really ice is looking quite porous. Ngolo being able to paint ice.
Oh, there we
get
go.
Through essentially any piece of ice.
Yeah, into the Aesop's and Gauss into the hand of Lat here, accessing a Maryland campaign. Still not trashing this because you're tight on the money and you definitely don't have resources for this. So the corp just saying, hey, I see that you're poor. I'm gonna be taking advantage of this and building up my board state. But here we go, the Aesop's that was just pulled from the deck, hitting the table. That should be helping with the economy, but I don't see that many trash targets on the table right now, to be honest, for next turn for the runner.
And a Beth as well, going down to 0, but
yeah,
I imagine we see that Find the Truth maybe hitting the bin now that HQ and R&D are a bit more protected. To get less value out of Find the Truth. One of the particular value things with Find the Truth is running HQ, getting the access and still being able to see the top of R&D. But with HQ iced and low on credits, maybe feels that the Find the Truth is worth 3 credits more than it is worth that little peak.
Yeah. The nice thing here is on R&D we have double drafter, which is painful enough here because it's cheap, it's good for the corp, but it does eat 2 counters from the boat. You do have to turn the Angolo, you do have to turn the drafter into a code gate with the Angolo ability to interact with it if you don't have a sentry breaker. So you know, those 2 pieces of ice, you could say that in standard meta usually they would be like not that powerful. I mean, people usually have their book halters and whatnot on the table, but now with the meta shift and with people just mostly saying, hey, boat can do stuff, this is actually quite decent.
Very much so. So cobrabubbles here asking for an action. I presume wondering if Matuszczak wants to simul chip for a clock.
Yeah, there are 2 audacities, by the way. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it would be simul chip for the SMC if you wanted to play for the SMC for the clock.
Yeah,
was what cobrabubbles was asking, but scores out the bifurcation instead.
Yeah.
Matuszczak on 1 credit saying, no, I don't think I've got the money to do that.
And the thing is, this list, this Sportsmetal is on 2 audacities and 3 biotics. So this is just going fast, like I said earlier on. And the econ is there. Matuszczak not really with too many tools to contest, for example, the Marlin and the remote. So if we don't see any solutions like, for example, starting to steal agendas from the corpse clutches, be they in HQ or R&D, this is gonna get harder and harder because the moment the corp crosses that magical frontier of 7 credits, Biotic is online. If you have a Biotic on and then you just score, for example, a Luminol here, then or one of the Vitruviuses that are still left, then any agenda becomes a winning thing. Well, minus barring, of course, the global foods, because that's a bit more advancing, but you don't care about these. You have the Mega Priests that are always going to be good for you. Here we go into the depths. Server 1 has to go down. We're going deep. I really like how Into the Depths is played downwards on the screen, so, you know, it's really into the depths.
That's really going into the depths.
Yeah.
Yes. This is an interesting run here because we have to assume that's not an agenda in server 1.
Yep.
Risky leaving it on the table. So Matuszczak really going for this run for the value from Into the Depths.
Yep. Getting some material for Aesops.
It was.
Oh, that was. It was a Mega Pre. Cheeky Mega Pre.
Floating on the table. Very interesting.
Yeah. But here's
and
the
installing
thing.
the Harbinger. Well, he installed the Harbinger there, which is obviously a double Aesops target, so that's 6 credits for free, as it were.
I think the Mega Pre was kind of a gift from the corp saying, hey, listen, you get the point, but I get... now my Mega Pre's are actually 2 points, which is better for me, plus I get to trigger Sportsmetal's ability. So yeah, this was definitely chum. Mega Pre chum.
And Matuszczak's had a peek on R&D there with the Find the Truth and decided to go into HQ.
That's a gatekeeper. That's not ideal, but you can still deal with it with Angolo.
It's 4 to break or the boat, yeah.
Virus doing the purge, but not much else, and of course nothing on the table that would be destroyed with the purge.
And that's 2 Mavirus in the bin. Is Matuszczak on Clot? Yes, 1 Clot in the list. So both the Mavirus are in the bin. So Clot Lock is a real threat now.
I guess one of the things we're going to see on the top tables, depending of course on the deck composition, but people are definitely going to be a bit more paced with their plays, and there will be always asking like action. Even sometimes that could be a part of not a ruse, but like basically playing something that totally doesn't threaten a score, but you just want to make sure that the opponent knows that they have a action window and they could do something, so you could just say, hey, you want to install something here? No? Okay, perfect.
Yeah, of course. It's very good. Very good manners.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Good table manners, yeah.
Good table manners, that's the word.
For the chat, Clot is not in the heap. We confirmed that the Clot is not in the heap, but there's an SMC in there, and we have a simul chip on the table. And with the money, you could combo it out, or combo, well, you could just get it out of there. Server 4 getting around. This was a value thing. What will this be? This was definitely played for the funds. Oh, that's a spinny, of course.
I'd expect to see 1 Mavirus come back here. Yeah.
Yep, and 1 unseen
it's Mavirus
card.
and an unseen card. So I don't know if we've seen it, but there is a play that you can make to get out of Clot Lock where you res the Mavirus, trash it, purge with the red level clearance, and then score out an agenda.
Yep. Bad tap hitting the table. Okay, there is a window indeed to get to 7.
Yeah.
Because of Stone Ship.
Yeah, trash the Stone Ship, yeah. Okay, yeah. So just talking through the JNet stuff to do.
Yeah. Why is this happening, by the way? Stone Ship chart room allows you to draw 2 cards, in which case you match the corp actually here on the number of cards, and then when your turn ends, if you have the same number of cards in your grip as the corp has in HQ, you may draw 1 card, and this is what Lat is doing exactly here, just to match the number. This is a very powerful draw engine.
And well worth doing that. The Stone Ship chart room, the other effect is charge 1 of your installed cards. But Matuszczak feeling that getting that lat trigger and drawing 3 cards is worth more than 1 power token, 1 power counter on the endurance.
Here we go, Silver 1. Advance, just to make sure that the runner gets interested in this remote, but honestly, I don't know. I mean, would you be going there?
Well, here we go. We've got the single advance, and then we're seeing what we were talking about with the Simmel chip being trashed.
And the clot.
To get the SMC, to get the clot. Still 1 click remaining for the corp here. And just draws.
Yeah, that server is quite porous with Gatekeeper and an Echo just guarding something that was installed in advance. Checking the list very quickly here on the side. What else could be advanced? Well, actually nothing, so it has to be an agenda.
It has to be an agenda, that's right.
Yeah. This is one of those beautiful things about having open lists, because then you're like, okay, you're advancing here, so what does this mean? And in a game where you have no idea what the opponent packs, well, yeah, you're like, okay, well, could be a bunch of different things. Could be a trap, for example. But here we're absolutely certain this has to be an agenda, so we're going in. Question is, which one?
Something that's worth noting with the matchup here, there's a single clot on Matuszczak's side, but there is a single arc lockdown on cobrabubbles' side.
Yeah. Very good spot there.
So
that's
the single arc lockdown could take out the clot after a purge if it doesn't get back onto the table.
Yeah. Now this is the thing with Mavirus, you would have to catch the runner on your turn, on their turn, so that the clot hits the bin, they cannot get it back, and then on your turn you just arc lock down the thing. Otherwise it's kind of hard to pull off everything at the same time, I guess, unless you just install the Mavirus, and then on your turn you pop it, and then before the runner has any options to Simmel chip it or anything else, you just arc lockdown it out of the game. Harbinger, Economy. Good for stealing SDSs, I hear, but well, that's a different story. Another Stone Ship.
So that's end of turn here. So the question is whether cobrabubbles feels there's a window to purge.
4 face-down cards in the bin, by the way.
Yeah, there's been a lot of drawing from cobrabubbles,
no.
And makes me think that looking for that Mavirus that got shuffled back in, or looking for the arc lockdown. How many Simmel chips burned?
Only 1 so far.
Just the 1.
Yeah.
Just the 1, and there's 2 in the list, so we've got 1 more.
Yep.
So red level clearance drawing again.
Mm-hmm.
More draw and playing another red level clearance and drawing again.
Yep.
Really digging for those cards.
Yeah, only 11 cards left in R&D, and you have 3 agenda points on the table. You better start scoring fast, because there is no other plan in this deck. You just have to score. There goes the Purge. But now the discard is going to be considerable.
Yeah, 10 cards in hand. Have to discard 5 of them. Will face down 5s already.
Yep.
Would you be running HQ if you were Matuszczak this turn? Or would you be waiting another turn, maybe trying to get that Simmel chip and get the clock back on the table?
I mean, you just purged me, so I would run Archives just to see what actually came down there. Do you have them, like, what's going on there? And then running HQ. Yeah, totally. I mean, you are keeping 5 cards out of 10 that have some value for you, so I would assume there's some agendas in there. And totally worth it to check both of these, especially since I have 3 counters on a boat. Yeah, there we go. That's the archive run. Just to see, you know, I mean, keep the corp honest. Have the bin, have the archives here is face down card. So there we go. That's a mega pre, and that's a food. Oh, that's game. Wow.
Game had to trash a ton of agendas.
Yeah, Cobra was just saying, listen, you're probably not gonna run the archives, but that's it. Wow, that was
flooded.
What a game. 3 more HQ.
3 more HQ.
Yeah, no, that's so. Yeah, cobrabubbles here doing whatever could be done, but he couldn't just. Yeah, so it goes indeed. I mean, cobrabubbles here with the sportsmanship for sure, and we're gonna see cobrabubbles in the lower bracket, of course. But yeah, whoa, that was a rough thing then. I think that was the last game. Yep. So we might be going into.
Matuszczak, I see. That's a lot of agendas. Yeah, it's a lot of agendas.
that does happen sometimes. Yep.
Yeah. So that was the last game.
That was the last game indeed. I'm just checking what will the matchups be. There will probably be a break here, but we will follow the bracket, and then I'll try to put it very fast. I don't know if I'm going to succeed, but I'll try to put very fast the combinations of decks of people playing. We will have Bridgman. I hope we can stream Bridgman today.
Or suggesting he could, yeah. So have we got the results for this round? Bracket.
We're going to be joined by Orbital Tangent coming back soon. You haven't been paired up on the stream just yet, so this is going to be fun. And I'm going to leave you to it. I'll do my best, so to speak, to be in the background and potentially stave off any technical issues and try to mess around with the pairings. But by all means, the pairings are going to be up soon, so do tell me which one you would like to see. And Orbital Tangent, if you're listening to us, please join. In the meantime, folks, this is going to be round 2 soon. You're here with me, Vesper, and Ed, watching the top 8 cut of the Europe and Africa 2022 Netrunner Continental Championship. That's a mouthful, but it's totally worth saying so many things because it's a great event. This is the second day. We're having a lot of fun and technical issues, damn it. But anyway, we're going to be fine. We're going to be just fine because we're all cool and patient. Waiting for Orbs to join us. So Ed, do you think we're going to have boats in the finals?
Are we going to have boats in the finals? I believe there's 20 boats out of a potential 24, right?
Boatastic.
So there's boats everywhere. There's one list has only got 2 boats. Yeah. Which takes you down 1. There's one list that's only got 1. I think so maybe 2 lists on 2 boats rather than 3, and 1 list on 1. Yeah. The Adam list.
Yeah, and Orbital Tangent is with us, so can also tell us, do you think there's going to be any boats in here?
My forecast is 100% chance of boats, yes.
100% chance of boats. Okay, there's boats left, right, and center. Welcome back, how are you? This must be like 3 o'clock in the morning for you? No, it's just the morning, right?
No, it's 5 o'clock and I have insomnia, so it's fine.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, am I right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
How y'all doing?
We're doing fine. Additional coffee
Excellent.
deployed, yeah. Waiting for the pairings to come up, and folks, by all means, check the brackets, tell me which pairing we're going to be looking at. I'm going to be trying to put the deck lists together.
We're looking at the lower brackets now, aren't we? We're going to stick with lower brackets.
I assume so. I don't know.
Yeah. So I think that's kind of the plan, just because this might be the last chance we get to see each of these players.
MrBuggles versus Pinsel?
That sounds like we want to see that one.
Right? I mean, right?
One of them is going to be out after this game, huh?
Yeah, this is the sad part, but MrBuggles versus Pinsel. I mean, seriously?
That's one to go into.
I would love to see that. Whichever pair up we're gonna get out of this, like whichever matchup, whoever's gonna be corping running, I don't mind. It's gonna be epic because we will have boat versus Hoshiko or boat versus personal evolution spicy stuff. So I think this looks cool. Could one of you just jump into their table once they have it up and we could check it maybe? If they're okay with being streamed. I'm gonna put the pairing up on the screen just to make sure that you get to witness the glory of those decks. And yeah, here we are.
So yeah, that's pairings are up now.
Okay, perfect.
This is that op deck. I really wanted to know how many Formicary they were running, and they're running all 3 at triplicate.
All the Foreman carries. Is it making you antsy?
It is a weird deck, this deck.
Yeah, it's super weird, right? It's that apparently Pincel's got a flowchart of what you trash when to get what and how.
Wow.
And there's a full diagram sat in front of him.
Honestly, I'm not surprised.
To work it out, yeah.
I would need the same, so this is just good, proper backup.
Yeah.
One thing to really notice about this deck, and I mentioned this yesterday, is that when just looking at this deck, you can tell that it doesn't really have a sacrifice chain per se. It is really leaning on Extract, Stavka, and a couple of other key trashables to be able to use that op ability, and it's not really trying to do anything cheeky like have a complete line or have a real big chain like some of the decks that we've seen before. It looks like it's really just getting value, and like you were talking about, Ed, in more of like a flowchart way, an if-then way, instead of a here's my entire chain from 8 to 0.
Yeah. Exactly that. Do we know which sides we're seeing?
Pinsel is going to be corping, I believe. So
Pinsel's
we won't be
corping.
seeing the PE unless MrBuggles wins this. I mean, fingers crossed. This is the problem with top 8 cuts, right? I mean, I think I met at least 75% of these players, if not more, in person, and they're all great folks. So this is the thing. You don't want anybody to lose, but this is a tournament, so somebody has to win. But everybody should get 6
Statistically, only
points.
one person can.
Yeah, that's bad. We should have a tournament where everybody plays, everybody wins, which is usually what happens, and then the points just don't matter. This is how I approach all tournaments, and it's very good for you if you do it. But anyway, today we need a champion, so this is it. We're just finding a champion, that's it. It's a champion selection process. Are we cleared to go on the table? Oh, they haven't put the tables up yet. No, they have. I'm just gonna...
We're just waiting.
Yeah.
We're waiting.
I'm just
for
jumping in.
Tables to join. Yeah.
5 copies of Endurance between them, so 100% chance of boat.
Definitely boat.
Well, there's...
So MrBuggles Hoshiko list. This is the list that we've seen a few times from NWE.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing again here. With the 2 Stargates rather than just the 1. Just a single mad dash. What do you think's spicy in this list? I suppose it's the fact that it's Hoshiko boat. Hoshiko.
Hoshiko, yeah.
Oh, no. I'm going to have to ban both of you.
Ban us, we're OP. We're cleared for the table, by the way?
don't...
Yeah.
Table 8.
And
It
we're
doesn't
in.
look like there's anything particularly spicy about it. It just looks like standard Anarch, Reg Anarch value, but just with a boat added. And boat, as we've seen over the entire Continental season, turns out it's a really, really good card. So I don't find that either really particularly surprising either. Although for Anarch, it does cost a lot more. They don't have as many econ tools as Shaper right now. Although you're seeing a lot of the same imported tools. You're seeing Rozekis and pad taps. So that may be enough to bring the boat in.
And all the influence really in this list is spent on just 3 cards. The 3 pad taps, 2 Rozekis, and 2 endurance.
Still worth it.
Obviously, it's gotten MrBuggles far, so there's something going right with this deck.
Yeah. And what we were saying yesterday when we saw this was, I suppose the idea is you get quite a fast start with Hoshiko. In that the ID flippable. If you access a card, gain 2 and flip the ID. And then the flip side is draw a card, isn't it, and lose a credit? Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. And with your drip econ, you're not losing any credits off of that deal, so it becomes a lot better. Now, that doesn't go into your money pot like it does with lat. So like I said, they're naturally going to be poorer than a lat deck, but still you're getting extra draw, and it's a lot less conditional than lat is. So it's not not a lot less. You still have to access cards, but with this deck, you really want to be doing that anyway, so.
Wow, so we've got turn one boat.
Yep.
The Wildcat Strike going for 6 credits. Net 4 and paying 8 to install the Endurance, and making the run to get the flip on the Hoshiko.
Absolutely. Yeah, Wildcat Strike, classically, giving credits is the right call, because you don't want to give your opponent more gas on the draw. However, that does fuel the boat. That does allow you to put the boat down a lot quicker, because it is a decent amount of credits for that card.
Mm-hmm. Pinsel playing extremely fast there. Installing 2 things in server 1, total of 3 in that clown car server in server 1, and ice on HQ.
Already have a clown car.
Turn 2 clown car.
Yeah. Rashida fueling that, obviously. And we've seen that this deck, it really does like to go fast. It likes to deny that that boat by just trying to outrace it. However, the boat, notably already having 5 counters on it, is pretty huge. We have seen that the Formicary and Managarum tricks can drain that a little bit. We have MrBuggles trying to challenge the remote, knowing there's an agenda not there, but probably trying to clear it out for future turns.
Makes sense when you're on 5 credits on the boat. You can get in. Able, potentially, with the hippo on the table as well, to trash that ice.
Absolutely.
And a bit of a think here from Pinsel.
Wondering if he can lose that ice, probably.
I mean, the thing is, the ice is going to go at some point, isn't it? Well, I suppose you could install in front of it hippo only working on the outermost piece of ice. So potentially, Pinsel's thinking, I could save this now for a later date. Let the server get cleared out, but I'm saving that piece of ice.
Oh, here we
Decides
go.
against it.
Envelopment.
Doesn't look like that's happening.
Anti-boat tech number 1.
This is a real good piece of ice in the boat meta. Especially stacked on a server, this can drain counters very, very quickly. Part of the reason that you do see a Fractor coming into these boat decks, because they just cannot deal with this ice multiple times.
So to break it, it would be 4, presumably. That's the other question, is do you allow Pinsel to trash the ice? And no, firing. Keeping those boat counters. Because that's the bonus, of course, with envelopment, is that trashing it isn't necessarily tempo negative. You are able to dig. Speaking of digs, MrBuggles rips off the top of R&D GFI.
Yep.
Got an even game.
Pinsel securing R&D. Yeah, notably, the envelopment, it does become a border control when it gets trashed. So what MrBuggles would have been doing there, had they decided to break 4 subroutines on that ice, would be allowing Pinsel to turn that into a border control, which is a real big problem for the boat if Pinsel's goal is to tax out counters.
MrBuggles, meanwhile, taking a turn to draw up, play a moshing. And we've got to think on the last click. In the bin now, we're seeing paper clips hit the bin, and the Black Orchestra as well. Pinsel, Resin,
Got a
and Horton. Got a Horton on the table. So this will just be 2 counters to break and then potentially Hippo.
Yep, so what you're seeing with this deck is a lot of small, cheap ice that is pretty annoying for the boat, and also with the normal breakers can be a little annoying as well. Yeah, you're seeing the Hippo there. Not wanting to get taxed multiple times.
And got an off-world, above the law steal, taking MrBuggles to 4 points.
Yeah, MrBuggles getting some good accesses here and getting lucky off the top R&D. Yep, and we have that envelopment becoming a border control. Another piece of ice. And another piece of ice on R&D. And still securing back up.
So MrBuggles with the sniper-like accuracy, getting 2 rips off R&D from the 2 accesses.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That boat's got a gun.
Great. That boat's got a gun. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's a gunboat.
Yeah.
So that's okay. Like, if you do the evil puns, that's okay. But if I... Okay, gotcha.
Vesper sulking in the corner.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just quiet here.
Too many puns.
I'm fascinated watching this game unfold because the boat is huge. It's 8 counters, so there's very little on the table that can stop it. But Pinsel is still playing around it, 12 credits, and server 1 is just getting a bit bigger and slowly... Well, there should be points on the corpse side at some point, but MrBuggles not slowing down, moshing again for extra cards, trashing stuff, drawing stuff, getting the credits, and daily cast on the table, so to keep some econ going, because you will need to power your breakers at some point if the boat starts, leaking the counters.
So how do you think Pinsel gets back into this game here? Because with 2 agendas ripped and the boat on 8 counters, feels like MrBuggles has got the momentum here.
I believe that what Pinsel would have to do is stack server 1 a little bit and start trying to tax out those counters, clicks, and credits with the perhaps the former carries and the Managarums. We're seeing more in the remote.
So what this could be, there's a bunch of upgrades here. There's Crisiums, Malapert, well, 1 Crisium, 1 Malapert, 2 Managarms, and Mavirus as well in 2 copies. So that could be, one of these could be a Managarm, the other one could be anything, or it could be double Managarm.
So what you could be seeing is some of these central ice being hidden former carries, and there being a Managarm in server 1. MrBuggles bursting up, though, probably able to pay through that multiple times if necessary. Although not being able to break those former carries would kind of hurt.
Yeah, interestingly, in Pinsel's list, there's 16 installables.
Yep.
With the 6 upgrades, there's also 10 assets, including an engine front, which we haven't seen a lot of.
Yep. There we go, Dirty Laundry.
Dirty on R&D. Oh, it's a border control.
Paperclip is in the bin if MrBuggles decided to break it the
There we go.
more traditional way. Breaking and hippoing it. Oh no.
No, it's being trashed for a sandstorm.
Trash for sandstone.
Or sandstone. Pretty decent piece of ice to get off of a border control trash. A lot of this ice, as you can see with envelopment and sandstone, is very ephemeral as far as the op board state goes here. It starts out really big with a lot of subroutines or a lot of strength, but then it slowly gets worse over time. Oh, and that's an off-world.
Oh.
There's big steal there.
Yeah, MrBuggles looking really good to take this game.
Yeah, with 2 breakers on the board and on 7 power counters. It's tough to see how Pinsel can work his way out of this. That said, Pinsel has been on stream in losing positions over the years, numerous occasions, and come back for victories.
It is a real rough position to be in, but we could see some play that surmounts this. MrBuggles going after archives for a boat counter.
And the DreamNet trigger as well.
Absolutely.
And of course, running the archives does mean that Hoshiko stays in the digital form, getting the draw at the start next turn.
Jamming more into the remote.
Could be the NGO.
It could be the NGO. This is interesting, creating a new server with a piece of ice as well here. And potentially that is the former carry that we were talking about. That's the cheapest place to play it, would be server 3.
Absolutely. Why pay the credits when you can actually move the former carry at any time? It is very much telegraphed as that.
And there is one seamless in this list as well. So, something to consider, that you can score out the GFIs with one advancement on the board.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, just looking at the situation here, you do have 2 Stargates in the deck. Would you be contesting this server, or would you just let Pinsel do whatever is happening there and just try to, for example, find your Stargate and push for R&D? Because you only need 1 agenda now. There's nothing to stop you from winning with the next agenda.
I kind of like the play of saying, I'm going to score out of server 1 and forcing MrBuggles, and I think the play from MrBuggles would be to just keep an eye on server 1 and lock it down. You're in a strong position already with 6 agendas scored, rather than going for the R&D line.
We're probably seeing former carry here.
So yeah, the Managarm, Formicary combo, definitely a possibility here.
It is possible that this is the NGO play, just forcing MrBuggles to come check it.
Yeah. Spent 2 clicks on the first one, having to spend 5 credits the second time to get in through Managarm. Former carry just going to tax out a couple of boat counters, and then of course, with all the clicks spent, Pinsel can sack the border control.
Yep.
To keep out.
Ants on a boat, basically, that's what's going on here. To get into the server, MrBuggles, yeah, we'll have to spend a lot of resources, and here we go. I mean, starting with the counters now, we're passing the Formicary, but you can still pop the border control, and that's basically it.
Just seeing a little bit of a wait here. I wonder what the thinking is.
Possibly another former carry over archives, and
sure, yeah.
Thinking if Buggles is maybe going to want to try to pay to get in still. And that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing a Sandstone taken out with a bird control pop. It is an agenda. It's Project
Ooh.
Atlas.
Interestingly, getting the Atlas with the
Going to
counter on it
0.
as well, going to 0, but getting the counter.
That's big.
That could get your final hostile, and if Pinsel has an Audacity and a 5/3 in hand, they could be threatening to win in 2 turns.
No hostile takeovers in the list.
No hostiles.
Interestingly, yeah, no.
Yeah. But
No,
2
big
foods.
surprise.
Yeah.
Well, I stand corrected then.
But how do you win
Yeah,
this with
it's-
Audacity and Seamless and no credits? Well, you don't, right?
No. But you can, obviously with the Audacity as a 1x, you can go and grab it.
Yeah. Let's see if MrBuggles is just a magician with ripping the agendas of R&D. Finally a whiff. Because
Misses
that was
this
getting
time.
suspicious. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many
Finally
times?
a whiff.
Yeah, like, you know, it's what's going on with RNG here, seriously.
Oh, this
So
is
the
an
key-
interesting agenda suite.
It is interesting, isn't it? Yeah, with the one above the law, got the 2 global foods, 3 off-world office, and 3 Project Atlas.
Yep.
So I guess the question now is how fast can Pinsel burst back up to threaten the win?
So there's 3 extract in the list.
I don't think we've seen. Have we seen? Yeah, we've seen one of them so far.
Yeah. Let's see. How many hedge funds have we seen? We have only seen one
One.
hedge fund.
So there's potential that it's one more turn and Pinsel's back online financially.
Oh, we're seeing a Stargate come down though.
That's rough.
Yeah, I think it's quite big here.
And Project Atlas in
And
there.
there's a Project
Project
Atlas.
Atlas. Unless
Question
there's a way
is-
to save it in server 1.
You
Could be a spin doctor.
you could just trash the spin and go back, right?
Yeah, looks like you could.
You could, if so. We've seen one removed from the game. One's now on the top of R&D. Could be a third in server 1. If you were to go back in, you could res the one in server 1 if it's there to draw the Project Atlas into hand.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, there's still 1 click remaining for MrBuggles.
We're trashing the spin and we're going
Yeah.
back with the dirty laundry. So forcing some reaction here. You could use the Atlas token. You could use a spin doctor if you have it in server 1. Although, do we have? Yeah, no, there's a possibility it's a spin doctor.
And we're gonna see here.
Is it Atlas token? Is it spin doctor?
Oh no, that's a game. Oh,
And no, it's game.
Pinsel just left it.
Yeah.
Decided the game was over at that point.
yeah. Probably, I mean, we don't know what's in server 1, we don't know what's in the hand, but yeah, I mean, if Pinsel just says, well, the odds are against me anyway, yeah. Okay, well, good game though. Woof. That was
Yeah.
quite something.
So that's Pinsel out.
That is true, but still in the top 8, of course, with the end result. But yeah, definitely. But rough games. Let's put it this way. This was really, really hardcore. Still games going on. I don't know if we should be jumping into something. Any suggestions?
I wouldn't mind seeing what's going on table 7.
If you could,
Yeah, let's do that.
if you could jump in, that's cobrabubbles.
Oh, the game's over. Ysengrin's won, so
Okay.
Ysengrin stays in. cobrabubbles out.
Okay, so we still have table 2 and table 5 potentially.
So either. Table 2.
2? Yeah, sure.
If we're good to go, just let me know.
There's still a bit in here.
Okay, so we're just gonna jump in there. I'm gonna put the deck lists together. This is Kikai versus TugtetguT. What a setup.
I'm seeing so many T400 memory diamonds. I'm so confused.
So this Kikai is on Boat Adam, Captain Adam.
Yep.
So the 3 T400s, making sure that you're getting those safety first triggers. Lots of zero cost cards on the table there with the 2 no free lunches and the single pad tap as well. But there is quite a board state built up. TugtetguT on 29 credits, with three iced servers getting presumably huge amount of fully operational value earlier in the game there. Just to scroll back up to see. Yeah.
We're seeing no breaker board state on Adam's side, though. Those agendas being scored with those logic bombs.
Yeah, 2 logic bombs in the heap. Going for a jailbreak on HQ here. The boat is in hand, control. We see.
Seamlessing into nothing, fortunately for the corp.
Yep, find the truth drawing endurance. Or revealing endurance draw. Jailbreak drew it.
So we know for a fact there are 2 seamless launches in HQ and a server 1 install in there. 29 credits. This is harsh. Femme Fatale. Haven't seen you in a while.
Hard installing the Femme Fatale.
Yeah. It's like a mini boat.
Something that Adam used to do from time to time was play 2 Femme Fatales and then trash one of them with emergent creativity to get the second one on the board. But no, just a spin doctor in server 2. And that Femme Fatale now just floating there, really. Presumably for the rest of the game. I don't think server 2 is going to see much more action now.
1 credit left, no clicks left. I guess this could be game.
Yeah, depends on
what's double seamless.
Seeing a fully operational, so it's not game.
So there's only 2 upgrades, and it's the 2 managams in this list. So we know that there's something there. There is an asset there as well. If it's not an agenda that's being just cruelly left to float. Something trashed.
So it must have been an asset. Probably swapping for an agenda here.
Yep.
So this server 1 looking very rough to get into.
Oh wow.
And then a 3rd on R&D.
TugtetguT sticking up 2 fingers of ice to the runner, saying you're only on 2 credits. How'd you get in?
Absolutely. Probably telegraphing here that there's nothing in HQ.
That's just a ruse. Interestingly, this Adam is on 3 Femme Fatales.
Yeah, 3 Femmes. Well, that's the idea with that, is that you trash your Femme Fatales with the emergent creativities to get the boat.
Yeah.
It means you can run only 1 endurance, and essentially you've got 4 copies of it in your list.
Speaking of boat.
No free lunch trashed. Boat's coming down.
But Kikai on 0 credits here. Looking difficult to get in anywhere. I suppose you have to poke, but TugtetguT on 24 credits. Assume can res any ice if required.
Going for the Spindo.
Going after the Spin Doctor.
Feels like that might have been a mistake there. Oh no, sorry, rest magnet. Apologies.
Double seamless again.
Yeah,
and I
think we're seeing the double seamless.
Game.
That is game. That's a food. GG. 10 turns. And
rapid.
Yeah.
Yeah, and TugtetguT saying had the nuts there
Like the actual
Perfect hand, perfect draw.
Is this a squirrel game now? Is this what it's all about?
Is this a squirrel game? Ah.
But
And
yeah,
that's all. That's all for this round.
that's all. So that's all, folks. You
Yep.
can just. There's still. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Okay, so.
So we've seen Bridgman beat Matuszczak on the top table. We just saw there the second game in the winners bracket, TugtetguT beating Kikai, and then on the lower bracket we saw Ysengrin beat cobrabubbles. cobrabubbles, congratulations, 4th in Swiss.
Yep.
But out now, and MrBuggles pulling off that win against Pinsel to progress in the lower bracket as well.
So we have some very exciting matchups coming up, but the lower bracket is going to be Kikai versus Ysengrin and Matuszczak versus MrBuggles. What do we choose?
I'll let you choose, Vesper. Choose.
Oh, you want me to choose? Well, I do hope sincerely that MrBuggles is going to play the PE because I want to see that on stream. So
Same.
if that works for you folks, I would love to, but I'm happy. I mean, honestly, today there's so many good games. Like there's, whatever we choose is going to be fun. I mean, fun, well, for certain values of fun.
For certain values of fun. The round finishing with time to spare, which is weird because there were a lot of rounds going close to time at the previous Continentals.
Okay, so Judge just saying there's going to be 14 minutes break
Okay.
now. Just let the round time out.
Perfect. Yeah. So should we take a breaker as well? Like, are people okay with this?
Sounds perfect to me.
Or should we talk for 40 minutes? I'm fine with that. We have subjects. We have things to talk about, right?
Well, I don't know if I can fill 14 minutes, but the standings on Cobra were just updated. If you wanted to,
that's
let
great.
the fine people know.
Yeah. Let me just pull up Cobra then, and we can totally, for the sake of posterity and whatnot, I just have to find the right window. Everything is so full of windows here. You have no idea how many windows I have open. Shouldn't tell you because that's scary. But yeah, the standings have been updated, and let me just see. Yeah, so we do know for a fact that number 8 is gonna be Pinsel on the magical super combo of super heavy logistics. And Padma is Bister, so that's a very good shaper. That's not Lat in the top 8. And then cobrabubbles number 7 on Sportsmetal and Lat as well. Huge congratulations for those two players in a field of 90 plus players. Getting to the top 8 with 7 rounds is no small feat. So really, really well done. Now, shall we look at the decks that we might be seeing in action soon? Hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely. That sounds good.
Yeah.
One thing to know about this top 8, just looking at it, I failed to make a commentary on yesterday, is there are no R+. There's no NBN at all. It looks like one of the reasons that you may have seen the other Continentals have rounds go close to time, and not on this one. We have 14 minutes left in this round, or we did when it ended. Is that all of the decks in the top 8, the Corp decks, are looking to outrace that boat. They are all rush and fast advanced decks. Not a single one here that is not. Even that Personal Evolution, you'll notice that there are... well, no, actually, I may be wrong on this. This may have been another deck that I was seeing. But there's Regenesis, isn't there? Yeah, there's one Regenesis. So it is sometimes looking to get lucky and score 4 points off of Regenesis with an Obligata in the bin. Yeah.
So very good spot there. Like basically everybody's trying to go fast. This is a boat race meta indeed in the chat guys of 99
Indeed.
with the hot takes. But that's it. I mean, this is like a regatta. Like basically, you do know what your opponents are going to be packing more or less because it's been just brutally successful over the last 2 Continentals, and you are trying to play around this. We've seen. again, like we've seen some really interesting tools in the Corp accessory locker, so to speak, with different things just being drawn out of nowhere or from history, and just saying, oh yeah, we have neurostasis here. Like, what does this card even do? Like, this is just amazing. And this list we're gonna hopefully see on stream. I really do hope that the personal evolution is gonna pop up. Is just saying, okay, yeah, you're gonna be running. I'm going to take advantage of this. You're going to be running into stuff you don't want to run, so I'm going to make you think twice, thrice, or even 4 times before you run again, because you're going to be losing cards, my friend. And yeah, we'll see if Matuszczak is running against this, how you can actually deal. Do you have Stone Ship chart rooms? Yes, you do. So this will be a very interesting matchup if it happens. I'm really crossing my fingers. Oh no, Matuszczak is going to be corping. No! What's going on here? So do we want to change tables then? I mean, nothing against those two players. It's just we want to see the PE matchup. What's going on here? I don't know. Like, what are the other matchups? Okay, if the choice is mine, I would probably. Let me just very quickly take a quick look at what Kikai is running, the Adam we've seen versus potentially where are we with this, versus Ysengrin's Corp, which is a precision design. I don't know, should this be the matchup we're gonna see? Well, fortunately we have a lot of minutes to spare to decide that, so while I ponder my orbs, please bear with us. There's going to be a little break, a commercial break with our sponsors from, I don't even know, do we have sponsors? We need some sponsors. And sponsor us! No, I'm kidding. I mean, we're doing just fine here. Once more, just to make sure, huge apologies for the technical issues. It's really beyond my power, and if you think I'm doing this, if you're thinking I'm doing this on purpose to make you enjoy the event less, well, I'm enjoying this even less than you are, so unfortunately, technical issues do happen, but I don't even know how to fix them once they happen. I keep my fingers crossed as well. I just need extra hands for keeping my fingers crossed. A short break. We're gonna get the raffle sorted out, and we're gonna be coming back soon with a pairing on the screen. Stay tuned.
Sounds good.
Okay, enough of this. We're coming back. We're coming back with a vengeance. No, we're coming back with loads of interesting things happening quite soon. I'm joined by Ed and Orbital Tangent, and we are coming up to round 3 of the top 8 cut of the 2022 Urban Africa Continental Championships for Netrunner for this year. Of course, we have 3 matchups happening this round. I'm gonna run you through them very, very quickly so you see who's up against whom. And let me just tell you, Bridgman is going to be corping with the Ob versus the Hoshiko Shiro. That's the top bracket here. In the lower bracket, we have Kikai versus Ysengrin, and this is going to be the game we're going to be looking at. Let me just pull up this pairing. Oh, I'm going to pull up this pairing in a second. Also, we have MrBuggles versus Matuszczak on the other table, and that is going to be Haas Bioroid's Architects of Tomorrow versus Hoshiko. Interesting matchup here. And then on the other table in the lower bracket we have Kikai versus Ysengrin, both fighting for the chance of playing against the winner of the matchup you're seeing on the screen right now. So Kikai versus Ysengrin, that's basically what we have here. This is going to be Precision Design versus Adam, and that Adam is going to be quite interesting to see. We've seen the end of the previous game, which was kind of rough, which which allowed Kikai to play in the lower bracket, but still this is anybody's game now, and the person that drops this one unfortunately will be out of the tournament. Jeez, I have to slow down. I'm trying to speak as fast as an excited host of Metropole Grid, which is not working. Greetings to Andre, by the way. He has been doing an amazing job making sure that last weekend's streams were working just fine, and I think he's coming back next weekend for the Intercontinentals. So by all means, be around here. We'll see if that works out. I hope it does work out. But yeah, my lovely co-hosts, what up with this matchup? Do tell. What are your reads?
So we haven't seen Ysengrin today. So maybe talking about the PD list first. Got the architect deployment tests as the 4-2 that we were discussing yesterday. Having to replace Cyberdeck Sandbox in the PD lists and going with architect deployment tests, which gives you that forward tempo. There is a 1 NGO front in here as well for a little bit of money. Just on 1 Mavirus to purge out the clock. Next activation command as a one-off as well is the boat tech really here. Command I know off, but next activation command, let it in. So activation down. While my page load, it says play if there's no lockdown. This lasts for 1 turn, and for the next turn I cannot use non-ice break to break subroutines, which includes the boat, piece of ice, strength. So that's creating scoring windows for the corp, where you install the card, maybe install a piece of ice, and then play next activation, making it very difficult for the runner to get in the server where the is.
Yeah, one of the things that you can do is you can recycle that next activation command with your spin doctors, so it's not like you even only get it once per game.
Yeah, they're setting the tables up. I'm just gonna jump into the table and ask for permission.
Fair point there by Source. What's the Mavirus for? There's no fast advance, right? Yeah, it's a fair point. Presumably the Mavirus as well. Handy against Turtle. Handy against Botulus. On the runner side, we've got Adam with the fantastic Boat Adam, Captain Adam list. We saw all three of the T400 memory diamonds in the last game. There's also the 3 Femme Fatales. We were talking a little bit about the trickery that you can do with emergent creativity. One of the key Adam cards that lets you, for 2 clicks and 2 credits, trash a program or hardware, or any number of programs and hardwares in your hand to search for a card and install it. So we've got the game up.
Yep, we're in. We're on the table, and they're already starting their mandatories and whatnot. We have the 3 directives on the table. Find the truth, neutralize all threats, and safety first. Classics.
Yeah, I think these days you're hard pushed to find a reason to always be running in game. Otherwise, you should always be running. It's very good for your mental health and well-being.
Absolutely.
You could sometimes be power walking if you prefer that. That could be a bit healthier for your joints, depending on your age, weight, and general condition. But here we are with the dirty laundry, and you should always do your dirty laundry. Like, don't leave dirty laundry lying around. Getting the credits, revealing TugtetguT home grid in HQ. Okay. And now we did get, the gatekeeper as well to see in HQ. And we're running R&D, so there's something on top that we know. And that's an architect deployment test. Early points.
Yep.
Adam having that find the truth trigger, giving extra value to the dirty laundry onto HQ.
Absolutely. Not something that you really like to see as Jeff right away, but the runner on low credits, so Ysengrin able to start defending here. Interestingly, putting ice over HQ instead of R&D, still leaving R&D vulnerable to anything that's found off Find the Truth.
And often the play is for Adam, as we've said before, that you run archives, hopefully with a dirty laundry in hand, to take a little peek at R&D. Also turns off the downside of neutralize all threats, which is you have to trash the first card that you access if it's got a trash cost.
Absolutely. Just solid Adam play right there.
Yeah. With the Rashida in the bin, that is now live. So Adam here with quite a few cards in hand, considering the 3 hand size.
Yeah.
Potentially digging for a T400 just to get that hand size up. You're looking to get those safety first triggers as often as possible, getting your ending the turn with less cards in the grip than your hand size so that you get the free draw. How powerful do you think an ID that just said at the end of turn draw a card would be? Probably the most powerful runner, right?
Probably pretty good, considering that Hoshiko requires you to access cards and makes you lose a credit.
Mm-hmm.
We go bit by bit, toe by toe, and we have the transubstantiation indeed. Extra clicks for Ysengrin, very useful here, especially with this credit differential. And Adam is getting set up, so Ysengrin could just go, hey, pedal to the metal. Even this is not Sportsmetal, but here, there we go, TugtetguT home grid, another card in there. Is this a money
Sportsmetal who?
Well, anyway, advancing this
in advance.
Yeah,
we're going to see a fast game here, right?
Yeah. No time to lose.
Notably, as we said yesterday, luminal transubstantiation. The entire rules text on that card is just "I'm cheating."
Is there a way, hear me out while we're waiting for Kikai to think through their turn,
Sure.
where you can take the 3 clicks, if you then sacrificed the luminal transubstantiation and forfeited the agenda, could you then score an agenda?
I believe not, because the text of the agenda is kind of in the game, but what do I know?
I think that the text remains active until the end of the turn. Sort of like how if you trash a Stargate during a Stargate run, it's still active until the run is over.
Okay.
But don't quote me on that.
Yeah, same here.
I am not the rules person.
I'm guessing you can't. I'm guessing you can't because I think someone would have tried it at some point.
Yeah.
But I have a different question, an interesting question. What would you be sacrificing, or would you be burning the luminal for?
Oh, we're seeing a logic bomb.
There we go.
Going after this remote.
Gotta put the pressure on.
Getting blocked by that gatekeeper before. We're seeing Ysengrin think on this, whether or not they want to do the res.
Here's the draft.
They are giving a drafter res.
Oh, this is gonna fire. Okay, interesting.
So they will get Rashida. Installing something in server 1.
Could be a mana garm, just to make sure that the runner doesn't get in.
The advanced card not getting trashed, so it is an upgrade. And Kikai allowing it to end the run. Thinking, hey, I'm not going to get in there.
Mm-hmm.
Better not waste my resources. Architect deployment test.
Ooh, this is this is speeding up. Like you just said, this is gonna be probably a fast game. 4 points on the core side, and we may install and res one of the top 5 cards of R&D.
Yeah, so this is not as good as Cyber decks, but Architect deployment test in this deck, if you do hit an ice, does give you that value. It doesn't give you the credits, but you could potentially get even more than 4 if you hit the right piece of ice.
Mm.
You know, universal credits being better,
yeah,
obviously, but a right piece of ice is not nothing.
Yeah, and in this list, I'm just looking what ice could we have here. I mean, Fairchild 3.0 is always a good target if you get it. Ansel 1.0 as well, 2 copies of each. Other than that, well, there we go. That's a Fairchild. Protecting HQ, that's a big flag.
Yeah, super good value right there.
Yep.
Probably telegraphing here on Ysengrin's part that there is something to find in HQ. However, they're feeling pretty good with that Fairchild either costing a logic bomb or a bunch of credits.
Yeah. Now Kikai putting on the thinking cap, and you do have R&D open. You do have 2 face-down counter archives, but the corp is on 4 points. Server 1 has a card installed that we know it's probably nothing serious in there. It's a Managar most likely, of course, or that's what we're guessing. Could be a Mavirus, just pretending, or a Nanoetic as well. But the thing is, do you now poke the R&D here repeatedly? Do you try to contest something else with the board state you have? It's probably easier to just poke R&D at least once just to see what's going on. We have a Femme Fatale and an Endurance, so the boat is well, a play, but you do not have the resources just yet.
We don't know what the face downs are in archives. There's no longer a Rashida, so we don't know if that turns off neutralize all threats. It's probably still better on the Atom player's part to poke archives instead of R&D, just to not get tagged by that neutralize all threats trigger.
Yep. Plus,
Vector's pointing out in the chat that the Corp knows the top 4 of R&D as well.
Ah, that is very true.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And then the good news is
that is another side benefit of the Architect deployment test, is you do know how to plan your next couple of turns.
Yeah. Let's see if the Find the Truth gets used here, because if you if you run the archives like you were just saying a second ago, you do get rid of the neutralize all threats negative trigger for you, and then you get to see the top card of R&D anyway, and then you might be running into R&D again, or just say no, I actually want to poke through HQ if I want to face that Fairchild 3.0.
Yeah.
Oh, Kikai going for the boat and straight into R&D
and running R&D.
Nothing. But boat
just
counter.
trying to get that counter, probably.
Yep.
Yeah.
The remote's not looking very good now that the endurance is down and there's a logic bomb on the table.
Mm-hmm.
No, and Jeff only on 1 credit at the moment as well. Going to have to take a turn off here to money up.
Yep.
With the exception of Managarum, Kikai, if they want to use Logic Bomb, they have to use all of their clicks, and they are on 0 credits. So, if there is a Managarum in the remote, that actually could be relevant.
Ooh.
So Jeff is going for the score here, probably recognizing that. I would assume the last click we're going to... Ooh, we see an ice up, not a credit up. I would assume a credit up, but...
So just to let you know, there is a single copy of NGO, and that could be an NGO ruse as well, just to, empty the boat a bit, make the burn resources. Yeah.
I have a funny feeling that could be the case, but Kikai's going to have to run this on server 1 with double seamless. This could be game otherwise.
That is something you do have to respect. The question is, how do you approach this? Because if this is a Managarm, you will need either clicks or credits to get through. If you use the Logic Bomb on the run, you will be losing remaining clicks. So that means, you have to money up, potentially. And you could just money up and run last click.
Chad is saying this could be an agenda because... It must be the NGO is the good play here. You can use your opponent's skill against them if you know how to read them.
Yep. We're going for it. Oh, analytic. So this is at least staving off, any seamless plays.
Yeah.
But this was a good
that is an agenda. It's not getting scored next turn.
I would just run archives for the 4-card poke and a counter on the boat, because why not?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's definitely happening. We're going to see the archives in their full glory.
And we see in there, you've got Rashida, a Tranquility Home Grid, and Mavirus, and a hedge fund.
And now Jeff on 0 credits, so the corp being so poor, Kikai could just go into R&D, if of course the top card makes any sense whatsoever. Maybe it doesn't, that's the thing. You could also try and poke HQ to see 2 cards with the Logic Bomb disarming the Fairchild if you felt like it.
Would you be tempted by Kikai to do something with a click and then last click run into server 1, use your Logic Bomb on the Gatekeeper and let Drafter fire to get that agenda?
Possibly.
I suppose you still got a turn.
NGO!
Yeah, it is the NGO. Interestingly, not advanced a second time before trashing.
Yeah, you were at 0 credits though, so this is going for time here. This is just saying I don't have the clicks to take a credit, advance. We have to go fast. The boat is empty.
Something getting put in server 1.
Yeah.
We're drawing up.
5 credits is a good number of credits to be on.
Mm-hmm.
Drawing up probably to turn on Void. Not trash the thing that they want to keep.
Getting the money. Still enough ammunition for double Void.
It's so tough for Kikai here. Threat played on the table every single turn. But Kikai will know he's been seeing the top of R&D each turn. So he'll know if there's a second seamless there. We would have seen the seamless otherwise on the ADT score.
No.
Yeah, hard to have double seamless, right to say.
Well, they think just a quick reminder of what is facing what in those two sides, on those two sides of the table here. Because the players do need to think and the rounds are timed, but let's be honest, this is... we're in the top 8 here, the lists are open, you do have to consider the opportunities and the options. And we're going with a jailbreak.
Gonna click through this Fairchild?
We're going in the
Yeah,
hard way.
looks like it.
The logic bump at the ready in case. Yeah,
If
there we go.
required for the gatekeeper.
Jeff pressing a
perfect.
gatekeeper. Logic bombing.
And we're
This
going to
feels
see
like last chance saloon here. a
3
little.
cards.
Definitely sweeping the hand if there's any agendas in there.
Yep. Border control.
We see a border control.
Off-rolled office, that's a good one.
Yep.
And a seamless. Ooh. Could be game now then.
Could be, although we don't think necessarily there's 2 seamless in hand.
Yeah. But getting that off-roll office, good stuff. Oh, that's a Rashida.
Level 1.
Very good for the corp here. Cards, money, what else do you need?
An agenda.
Well, I mean, you're just being picky.
Jeff probably looking at double seamless a food really to close it out. Probably doesn't want to spend multiple turns going over 2 scores
Yep.
to close this. Although we have seen Jeff do the 9-point hard way of winning a game before, so it is possible that we see that.
Could be very much so.
The boat's still
90.
low on counters, no other breakers, so Void is looking pretty good here.
We're going with an install
got a
on server
windmill
1.
slam.
Yep. Getting it to credits. You don't need to draw, you just had a Rashida. And we're advancing, okay.
This is the kind of Netrunner I love. every turn the corpse setting a challenge for the runner to deal with.
Jeff still has 1 click remaining.
Yep.
Over installing the ice on R&D.
Signaling a border control on R&D there. Making sure that Adam can't get in with 1 click.
It is possible that what's in this server 1 is the GFI. You can single seamless it next turn.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So now the question is, does the runner actually have Mad Dash in hand? Do we want to go somewhere and find the points? Are we going full hog here in server 1? I mean, to me, server 1 looks like it's locked. Like there's no way. Even if you get in, you don't. And that's just burning time and resources. Might be trying your luck better somewhere else. I mean, I don't know. R&D is always an option, right?
So the Mad
They
Dash,
would have to have a...
Kikai's
go ahead.
Kikai's just drawn Mad Dash, which is absolutely huge.
Oh, yeah. I didn't
Yeah,
pay attention
absolutely.
to that. Okay, so we're on Mad Dash, yeah.
And
They
presumably,
just need to find 1.
yeah, just need to find 1. But then that border control on R&D looks very challenging. Obviously, border control turning off the Mad Dash run.
Yeah. I would say run archives, run R&D... I don't know. That's the thing. The border control, that's a pain, yeah.
Is this Adam only playing 1 Mad Dash?
2.
I think 2, yeah.
Kikai's on the with the thinking cap on as well. So again, just to call back the lists. The moment there's going to be a click, I'm going to be going back, of course, so that you don't miss the action. But this is thinky time. I mean, indeed, there's more outs for the corp here than ins for the runner, I think. But never say never until the very end of the game. This is very tense.
Mm.
So what would your line be here, Orbs?
Oh, jeez. It would depend on if I had 2 Mad Dashes in hand. I mean, it is possible, I think, if there was a Mad Dash from the opening hand. I don't think we've seen another one drawn. But Archives first to check the top was probably a good line. Geez, other than that, I don't know.
I think my line would actually not be running archives here.
What would you go for?
I think I'd draw first and hope that I get a logic bomb down, and then I'd double run R&D.
Ooh,
Get in the
no
first
run.
time.
This is just saying.
Oh,
I
Kikai is
think
saying
it's a-
you've got to have the win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like
That's
it
it.
though. Or just.
Yep,
Oh no, that's
here
it.
it is.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
GFI.
GG. GFI GG. But yeah. Wow. What a game.
Yeah, great game. Fast game.
Yeah. Got
Scoring out
lucky on the
turn 8, 74.
jailbreak. Okay, got lucky on the jailbreak. We see, and well, yeah.
Yeah.
Do we have a chance? I mean, we're leaving the players to it. You can analyze the game later. Now, table 11 finished. Okay, so that leaves table 9 only for us, which is the top table. Should we just jump in and take?
And we saw MrBuggles won that game.
Oh, MrBuggles. Okay, I want to see that PE. Okay, like seriously. Let's just.
Still got a chance. Okay, interesting position in this game. So we've not seen Bridgman's Ob yet.
Okay, we're gonna
It's the first time
go
we're
into
seeing
this. Yeah, these are the lists, and you're gonna see the situation on the table in a second. This is the top table, top bracket. Thanks to both players for letting us in and letting us stream. And here we are. This Ob is a boat, of course.
Got an excavator on the table.
Which kind of makes me think we have the wrong boat on the screen, right? Let me fix that. Did I
Well,
fix
both
this?
boats are in this game.
Yeah, boat v
It's
boat.
a boat battle.
Yeah, but I root for the green boat, the greener boat, the meaner boat.
It's battleships, right?
Battle boats. Boatle ships?
Well,
Okay, no.
canonically, the endurance is less than 200 feet long, whereas op is almost a mile long. So there's a massive difference in size.
Yeah.
You see those tanker boats?
The ones that they have to build curved. Yeah.
We're going
Urban
hard
renewal.
here. Whoa, this is...
And a Project Atlas scored.
This board state is nuts.
Yeah, I'm still getting my head around it.
Stargate into R&D. 2 Marlins and a dredge work. The dredge work going away. Dirty laundry into HQ. We're looking for options. Above the law, that's 2 points.
Above
That's
the
6.
law.
Whoa. That's
And
game.
NSF, that's game.
That's game.
Oh. No, wow. I mean, wow. Oh, that's not in hand. What the heck?
Oh, sick.
What a game. We just walked in onto a final that, well, 10 turns, but look at this. This is just... Whatever was happening here, we missed a huge game, but wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dashed in hand, too. Oof.
Both players doing epic stuff here, and we're taking a break. So TugtetguT knocking Bridgman down into the lower bracket, but Bridgman still with a chance, of course, to get back in, because why wouldn't you? You just lost your first game in a double elimination bracket. Still there hope for you. We're going to be going into round 4, if I'm not mistaken, and we finished all the games, unless I'm terribly wrong, which has happened before. But yeah, so we should be going into round 4 any second now, I guess. Let me check with the Cobra. Oh no, there's still a ton of time left. Around 15 minutes? Or am I looking at the wrong timer? That's also possible. Yeah. Should be 15 minutes left in the round. Plenty of time. Would you like to, I don't know, talk about poetry maybe in the meantime?
Poetry.
I mean, we have 15 minutes. We could, just...
Well,
I know it's an
at these.
agenda.
Let's have a look at these brackets. So
The bracket.
we've got Bridgman versus TugtetguT in the upper, TugtetguT in the higher bracket. TugtetguT winning through.
Yep.
and will be playing versus either. So now we've got Ysengrin Buggles.
Yep.
And the winner of that game will be playing Bridgman.
Yep.
And the winner will be... So Asa now gets a bit of a rest.
Yep. So I assume there's only one table we can watch, right?
It's the only table. Yeah,
So-
we're down to 1 tables now.
Yep.
So there are how many rounds left to go then?
1, 2, 3 rounds potentially. With the final round being as many games as it takes.
Okay, so I think that I will go ahead and bid you all adieu then, and allow my Slumscast co-host neuropantser to jump on and speak with Ed here, and Vesper, you two lovely folks. As I believe there is a special guest in the final round.
Yes.
So
Absolutely.
I will again leave y'all. Thank y'all for having me and allowing me to talk at you. And as I said yesterday, I love everybody in this community.
Thank you so much for being with us, Orbs. Thank you so much for sticking through all the games yesterday and today and whatnot. And I do hope to see you or hear you next weekend as well, if possible. Thanks so much. And we're going to be getting Neuropantser coming up any minute now. Join us whenever you can for the funds. Jump in and...
Huge news, if true.
Welcome. How are you doing? What time is it for you right now? Midnight?
It is 7:27 a.m. It's not doing too bad over here. This is just naturally I wake up this time some days on weekends, and there's nothing I can do about it, which is unfortunate. But it was just in time to see Ysengrin win, which is always a delight. Love to see people from the local meta crushing people at Worlds.
Absolutely.
Crushing.
And similar level tournaments.
Speaking of crushing, I believe we're gonna. I have no idea. I'm just gonna again put up the pairing that we're gonna be watching. There are no other options for us this round, so this is the only good news about going up. Players get eliminated, folks get unfortunately knocked out, but this is the table we're gonna be looking at, and I really do hope that this is the time for us to see the PE in action. Because seriously, MrBuggles has just been running through different people, beating Pinsel, beating Matuszczak, now against Ysengrin here. And this is the game for the lower bracket to play against Bridgman. And then Asger in the finals, waiting there. We'll see who's going to be playing what. But my lovely co-hosts, do tell me, what do you think about this matchup? Like, what's the Hoshiko versus Precision Design or the PE versus Lat going to be like? What do you think?
Well, I'm hoping to see the Lat versus PE.
Mm-hmm.
The PE is obviously a completely different deck to what we've seen so far today. Lots of traps, lots of dangers put out by the Corp. Versus quite a traditional Lat list. Other than, have you spotted right at the top?
There's just a teeny little influence spend called Apocalypse.
Yeah. So, if you're going to play an 8-credit console, the one thing you do want to do is make sure you then trash it off the table.
Yeah,
real surprise.
I love that, right? Who would spend 6 influence on 3 worms that can get purged when you can spend it on blowing up the world?
Yeah.
That just sounds much better. Unfortunately, I think for this Lat deck, you're relying a lot on keeping cards in your hand, right? One of the problems with PE is on any of those central runs, you can just hit something in one of the central servers that's an agenda, and it just knocks that stuff out of your hand.
Yep.
Yeah.
Basically, I think the next match, whatever is going to be one way or another, is going to be called Careful, because, it's... Yeah, MrBuggles is going to be corping, yes! My wishes have come true!
Right.
this thing is on, so that PE is going to be on the table, and this is the spicy secret PE that brought MrBuggles... Well, like, I even forgot, and I'm sorry for my very short memory, but MrBuggles was like in the top, or was number 2? Well, I was seed number 2. We have it on the screen.
Top 3.
Yeah,
I think
so seed number 2.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, so that was quite an achievement yesterday in that field of 90 plus players doing wild things with many different combinations of cards. Speaking of which, we should review the situation because we only have 4 people left in the field, but that means that we unfortunately had some people eliminated, but so it goes. So Kikai taking spot number 5 and Matuszczak taking spot number 6, which is still huge. I mean, you know, seriously, top 8 in the Euro Africa Championships. Big deal. You're just outside of the invitational, so this is the thing. We're going to be seeing the 4 people in the top come back next weekend, hopefully, if they can, of course, because that's another thing. Next weekend the tournament is going to be set up in a way to make it work for 12 different people from different sides of the world playing in different time zones and so on. It's going to be quite a tall order to make things happen, and I do hope that we can make it work. But if not, then the runners-up will be, of course, asked to step up. So it's, if you're 5th or 6th, who knows, you might be getting in. But back to the list, the spicy list.
We've got our top 4 now, haven't we? We've got Ysengrin, MrBuggles, Bridgman, and TugtetguT.
Yep.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I think one of the things that stands out to me is MrBuggles made PE work, right? There were a number of PE in the field. Absolutely none of them did as well as this deck. This is the only Jinteki that was even within spitting distance of the top 8. And that probably speaks to a level of tight play with the deck, but it probably also speaks to it doing a few things that are a little unexpected. Moonpool Regenesis might be one of those things, right? We obviously only see the one Regenesis in PE, but the ability to Moonpool and fast advance a Regenesis to unexpectedly score 4 points gives this deck a level of closing power that I think we don't necessarily associate with PE. And obviously, using the same trick to clear a Blood in the Water or clear a House of Knives, that can just put a lot of pressure on the runner too.
They're setting up. We're setting up.
Okay.
Get your commentating muscles ready.
Let me just stretch them.
The one thing I'm not ready to do is figure out how much damage Sting deals. I'm gonna leave that to y'all.
Depends if he's still in the police or has left the police. Oh no, sorry. Okay, that joke has never been, of course, said by anybody. So
I was gonna give you that one. That one was good.
Yeah, it's Sting. I mean, why not? You know, you have bands. I mean, people are talking about clown cars. I don't know how much music we can put into Netrunner. We just had a runner join with a violin or a nice instrument. So why not? We need more DJs. I mean, we had noise.
We have a runner playing the world's most normal sized violin.
That's a good one. We need a nano version of Virtuoso. There we go. The game is a body part. But yeah, we're getting in. The decks are ready. The players are ready. They're going to be voice communicating. Some of the comms you might not be privy to, but they will definitely be having fun with this game because this is Lat facing PE of the spicy type. And again, just before they... oh no, we have a mulligan on the website. Okay, we're not switching the screens. This is going to be exciting from click 1. The runner keeping, and off we go. Off we go. No, I mean, I think we're still waiting for the timer, but... Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we just made mole decisions.
Yeah, there we go. Best of luck.
We were saying a best of luck.
Best of luck to both.
MrBuggles taking a pause here, catching breath.
So this is basically
maybe
the game.
staring at 6 agendas in hand after mulligan.
This is the game we've been waiting for since yesterday, since we just saw that this PE is just not losing any games. Like, what's going on here? So get ready to use your ruse brains. That's a ruse. That's probably an agenda.
The combination of Cerebral Overrider and Clearinghouse is so cool. And any advanced card you have to go run, but also you can't afford to go run.
That's a Moonpool in HQ. And it's getting trashed.
Lat obviously getting the draw. Lat's ability against PE is generally pretty good, I would say. You want to clicklessly be getting those cards, be staying up on draw. At a certain point in the game, it could become a bit of a liability if you're trying to keep cards in your stack, but for that's going to be late in the game if that happens.
Neurospike in hand.
Neurospike.
Yeah.
So we already have, right? Install advanced events. This puts a lot of pressure on the runner. Is this a clearinghouse? Is this a cerebral overrider? Is this an obokata? Is this a sting? It could be any of those. The Yomi factor is absolutely live. And I don't know what I would do if I were Jeff. I don't know if I'd run that or not.
The general rule, right, is to run when you can afford to. If you can afford to run with cards in hand, then run.
Yeah, it's tricky because can you afford to run is a different question when you're potentially hitting a cerebral overrider.
No, for sure.
But we see a mitosis though. So, well, here we go. 3 advanced cards on the board.
This kind of makes you think. I don't know if you remember, there used to be a really cool deck, a Jinteki deck as well, of course, doing a lot of this, installing, advancing. It was just like, go on and run. It's kind of a repeat of this in a way. I think that these were live games for the North American Championships or something, and there was a player on the Jinteki PE probably, yeah. But well, anyway, back to this game, because Blood in the Water, that's a score, and that is big. That's a good agenda to steal.
Very good. Trashing the Beth, notably.
Acceptable,
Although
yeah.
Beth probably not the most valuable.
This is actually not a bad window to run some of these face-down cards, because with only 2 credits on MrBuggles' side, unless... let me look at the list. Could one of these be an NGO? Yeah, okay, these could be NGOs. Never mind, I retract my statement. It is no longer safe to run them because at any point there could be an NGO pop into a cerebral overrider. 2 credits is not actually safe with this board state.
Nothing is safe with this board state. I was waiting to say this the whole day yesterday. I was like, yeah, here we go.
We do see a House of Knives get scored, so that just makes these runs even more fraught because you keep getting pinged by a little bit of damage. Here's an NGO front. What's this res going to be?
There are only 2 types of ice here, Anemone or Otoroshi, which is a blast from the past. You may place up to 3 advancement tokens on a card installed in a server. If you do, the runner accesses that card unless they pay 3, and it's a sentry.
Choosing not to access. That seems a little bit smart when you're on 3 cards in hand against a potential cerebral overrider.
But now server 5 is an obokata for free. What is this?
Or it could be a clearinghouse. Jeff has to draw up to 5 cards.
Yeah.
Rough.
That's another way to deny the lat draw. Stay down on 1 card as PE. Lat absolutely doesn't want to stay down there.
So challenging now for Ysengrin, having to stay on 5 cards at the end of every turn.
You know the fun kill would be
even that
here?
isn't necessarily safe, right? You have to stay on 5 cards and then hope that any other advanced card isn't also a clearinghouse.
Yeah. But if this was a clearinghouse and then you just score out the Blood in the Water for 0 and then just kill the runner with the damage.
Yeah.
Although we do, we do have the Stone Ship chart room.
Is sick.
Yeah. We do have Stone Ship chart room, so that is... Oh, that's a clearinghouse.
Oh, finds a clearinghouse in server 7. That's big.
Yeah.
Knows that the double clearinghouse threat is not online. Obviously, Blood in the Water still could be. Clearinghouse for 5 plus any other agenda still could be live, but it is big to find that clearinghouse and remove the double clearinghouse in 1 turn threat. Moonpool also a good hit. Obviously, we know that's one of the fast advanced tools for this deck. Not really live right now. There aren't enough. Well, now there are enough cards at HQ to potentially threaten Moonpool, but probably not a Moonpool on the table. Spin Doctor drawing up, looking for options. PE seems to be in a pretty reasonable spot here. 11 credits, 5 cards in hand. You've chewed through a little bit of Lat's deck. You know, Lat is not down on cards yet. Still has the Stone Ship around. Stone Ship helps a lot with these clearinghouse type threats, right?
Yeah. Very, very important.
Stone Ship is the tech card here, not the boat, just the Stone Ships.
So that was
we see Spin Doctor is going to shuffle back. It looks like a clearinghouse and a Moonpool. unsurprising on those, just getting those tools back, making sure that it's possible to put Lat in difficult positions.
Money into HQ, that's a neurospike. We've seen this before.
Still there.
The thing is there.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that might be one of the things that MrBuggles is waiting on as a potential play here, is you have the clearinghouse up to 5, and or you score an Obokata, you deal some damage, you neurospike. I mean, that's representing 4 damage. Obviously, Lat not on low enough cards that is threatening to win, but it is a play that's potentially around, and why you might not score an Obokata if you have it for free.
So an interesting question, since we do know that this list is an Apocalypse on 2 copies of APOC, would you say, is there a board state that you would be APOCing here at some point? For example, this, would you be APOCing this if you could?
If I could APOC this, I absolutely would be.
Okay.
Yeah. All the ice you can get through, right? It's running 3 an enemy, 3 Otarashi. There's an anemone.
Yeah, you can get through it. Obviously, the anemone especially, you don't necessarily want to have to get through that if you're trying to APOC in that turn. That is, even just having to face check it that turn and get through it.
This is
Trash a
threatening...
card from HQ deal 2 net damage, that potentially hits your APOC.
That was a safe jackout because there are 3 copies of that little card that nobody ever has seen in Jinteki, which is Snare, of course. And if you're getting into a server with 2 cards, yeah, it's I think it was printed in the second part of Borealis. It's just coming out soon, but it's if you're getting into a Snare with 2 cards, it's one of the saddest things that can happen to you as a runner. And I've yet to meet a person that hasn't died to Snare in this game.
I've even explicitly called out, well, I'm fine as long as this isn't a snare, and then hit snare. It's just a part of playing Netrunner.
Exactly. Snare runner. The boat is on the screen.
Boat's pretty big here. So we did see a deep dive got hit by that anemone res. Yes, last turn. So this is this is Ysengrin setting up to have 4 boat counters, potentially be able to run all 3 centrals and deep dive or APOC the turn after. APOC definitely seems like what you'd want to do on this board state, in my opinion.
Yeah.
We do have a Rashida fire, though. So, again, MrBuggles staying up on credits on 15, well, down to 12 now, just to get up to 3 advancements on another card. Good lord. This is just baiting Apocalypse me. I have to think. Please, I'm begging you. I've invested so much time and credits into these remotes.
Oh, that's a sting.
Okay, that's a sting.
That's damage.
So that will deal 2 net damage.
Cast and Simul Chip go down.
Not an APOC.
Not an APOC.
An APOC does not go down. That's important.
One thing of note with the APOC plan is with 2 House of Knives. That's 2 potential snipes on your hand during the APOC turn.
Yeah, I think this is a really unfortunate matchup for this particular lat. PE it just has so much game with incidental net damage against your hope to do 3 things in a turn and then also still have a card in your hand afterwards. A specific card.
Yeah.
That was always one of the game plans against incidental. Like, incidental net damage was always great against Apocalypse when things like Kakugo were around, because you could always just snipe it.
Yeah.
You know, you could damn I'm good at.
This is exciting.
There's just so much on this board right now.
So much on the board.
Yeah.
So many threats. And of course, we don't have any idea neither.
There we go.
Jeff,
Server
the only person that knows is MrBuggles.
Yeah, server 14, we're going in there. Could be a snare.
It easily could be a snare, right?
Yeah.
Ysengrin's, I think, has done a good job of mixing up whether face downs get run or not. So it isn't safe to throw down a snare. You don't expect that to run into it.
It's a moon pool.
But it also isn't. It isn't safe to put things that you want on the board either. But we do see a moon pool here, rezzed and used.
So there will be more advancement counters because this is what you like.
Oh yeah. Blood
Shuffling
in the water
blood
and
water and
sting.
Yeah.
Man. So we're up to 3 advance, 5 advance, 3 advance, 3 advance. At a certain point, that threatens to just win the game, right?
Yeah.
At a certain
Yeah.
point, that threatens, okay, I'm going to score out an Obokata and a 1-pointer and a 1-pointer, and that's 7 points.
This
You don't
is so
immediately
much
start seeing these agendas scored, so I don't think that's what this is, but it could be maybe one agenda away from it.
Yeah. There is something happening with those 4 cards, and server 9 interestingly doesn't get advanced or rezzed or anything, so it's just
Yeah.
hanging there. But yeah, I mean, there are calls in the chat for APOC, and APOC is what we want to see here, because you definitely just don't want to face those cards. You want to get your win in a safe row. Oh, RMD second ice. This is interesting.
That shuts off the boat into APOC play. I mean, the boat into APOC play was already going to be hard because of House of Knives.
Yep.
You probably need both APOC in hand. I mean, the ideal case is you know that APOC is one of the top 2 cards, and you don't care. You just run through and you stone ship to get it afterwards. But
Yep.
that's certainly finding out what this ice is potentially setting up for an APOC is what we're seeing here, I think. Unfortunately, it's an enemy. That's the worst case here, I think.
Yeah, I think you trash to do the damage because now Obokata becomes unstealable.
Plot, dirty laundry.
Okay.
Plot, not super relevant in this matchup. I think
Nope.
Ysengrin doesn't mind seeing that in the bin.
The good news for Ysengrin here is you're still on 23 cards in the stack, so there's still fuel to, you know, run into some bad things and survive. But that is going to keep going down. That's a jack out.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, just not enough boat counters to get through this ice right now because none of these servers feel safe to run.
I'm wondering what happened with the other stone ships. There's only the one on the table, so yeah, there's still some...
They're shy is what it seems like. Either they're shy or Ysengrin wants to keep them in hand for
Yeah.
after the APOC. Which could make sense if you expect multiple agendas in archives, especially some of them being Sting.
Ah, there we go.
You might want to keep a stone ship around.
That's a sting, that's a
There's a sting.
steal, but that's also
Sting.
damage.
Yeah, so
That-
that
some object-
Sting potentially threatening the win next turn. If it is, in fact, Obokata plus a 1-pointer on the field already advanced.
Let's just see what's gonna happen here. Okay, Jeff drawing up. Just
Go
to
ahead and
sure.
make that blood in the water a 6-2. Not a very good agenda.
This is turn 13 of an absolute nail biter of a game here. At least for me. I mean, I'm just I'm sweating here again because this is so exciting to watch, and I personally just don't like playing against PE ever. But if you win, it just feels so gratifying. If you do, which is never easy. Double advance server 17.
Just
Yeah.
ramping up the pressure.
So stressful.
Ooh,
That's
that's-
Regenesis.
ooh, there's a
though.
face
Regenesis
down.
gets scored. There was a face down in archives.
Is this it?
It's yes.
Oh, no.
Reveal an agenda in archives.
But no,
No,
declines to
no,
use. No,
declines
no,
to
no.
use,
Okay.
okay.
Just a
Just
point.
wants the Regenesis off the board.
Okay.
Wants on 3 points. Still threatening a win next turn, right?
Absolutely.
There should have been a PE trigger there.
There should have been.
Didn't
Why was
happen.
there not?
Mm,
Presumably that's what they're discussing now.
Yeah.
There is
Yeah,
there is a
scores
command.
Regenesis, but I don't actually see a PE trigger.
okay.
There we go.
Oh, I think this is.
Okay. Well, no, that's not.
There is
That
a
isn't a
command
PE
to take
trigger.
one there. Oh. Players
Okay,
seem to have
well.
missed that.
Okay. Well. We're
Yeah.
not saying anything here.
Obviously, we're streaming this table, but we don't want that to affect the way that it's played. If they miss the PE trigger, they miss the PE trigger.
Yeah. Sorry. Wait. Okay. So we
Oh,
have a judge stepping
Okay,
in.
judges in the table. Okay, judges in
Yeah.
the table.
Probably judges also watching the stream. Hello, judges. Thank you so much for your work. But yeah, we have the judge jumping in, and both players just asking, "What's up?" Ah.
Yeah,
the question.
Heavy catching this exact problem.
It must be a bit creepy though, right? It's just like you have a judge popping in, just saying, "Hey, was there a situation on your table? I wasn't here before, but I saw things." We're basically the drone hovering over this table, but I mean, honestly, for the sake of the game, it's never a bad thing. We're undoing the turn. So we're rewinding. Are we good to undo and take a nap? Yeah, I mean, that's the question here. And of course, this is all up to the judge's discretion to decide what's gonna happen. But yeah. And we found a bug.
Yeah, and luckily there was no revealed information.
Exactly.
There,
yeah, that's
which
crucial.
made it
Well,
hard
clear.
to take.
We have a net.
Oh, a boat.
Oh no.
Well, that's potentially the post APOC boat. So that's maybe important, but R.I.P.
We're getting into the anemone. 3 cards in hand on the corpse side.
Yeah, so we're gonna boat through this. I think the current plan right now is you boat through the anemone, you boat through the next anemone after you gain a counter here. You just let this Odoroshi fire and you pay the 3.
Yeah.
And then you hope. you hope the House of Knives doesn't get it.
There's an Odoroshi in HQ. We're running the archives. We know that's not an agenda because why would you leave one if you had the mammoth?
You leave it to snipe the APOC, that's why. I really don't think that's the play here, but you know, I also am not big brain enough to be on this table right now, so.
That's a Hansei? Okay.
No, sure enough, it is not.
Just a Hansei review, yeah. And I think Jeff was running archives first. They're trying to bait the House of Knives net, just in case it does snipe the APOC.
Yeah, so you don't have to spend your boat counters here on RD. I agree.
Yeah.
Obviously, the problem here is it could just happen on a House of Knives ping here.
Oh!
Apocalypse gets trashed.
That's the APOC.
That was a 1 out of 6.
Well, maybe there's a second one in hand. That's an NGO, just raising just in case because you want to get your value. That's a snare! Oh jeez, this is brutal.
Oh, no.
This is the most brutal of the brutalist. 2 cards left in hand.
Oh, man. Is one of them an APOC?
That would be huge. Nope.
No.
Just a diesel to draw back up. That is heartbreaking.
MrBuggles just going like, of course, snare. This was huge.
Gosh, I'm so good.
I mean, well, this is what happens when you play PE. The cards just play on your side. Snare here. Yeah, fun times. A little room full of surprises.
Just drawing up.
That's what it was. Let's take a look at
Asked to see the heap, yeah.
Yeah. What a game this is.
Man, House of Knives doing extreme work here. Just absolute MVP status. Oh, and we see Ice on Archives with money to res it, presumably. That sets up a really difficult position because now to actually get counters on Endurance, Ysengrin has to run remotes.
Yep.
And remotes are just so threatening right now. Any one of them could be a snare. And Lad is now short on cards in stack. There are only 14 total hit points left. So hitting a snare is potentially game ending when you're only on 3 points and you maybe need to steal an Obokata.
Yeah.
Hitting a Cerebral Overrider probably is game ending. Even hitting a Sting is pretty bad right now.
Oh, install Double Advance just because you can. I mean, honestly, there are cards in the card pool for standard that allow you to see what cards the corp has installed without running them. It's just you have to have them in your deck, of course.
Right, I don't think we've seen Falsified.
No,
we did see
no.
Deuces, but that only exposes Ice.
Yeah.
So running a double advanced card here, if this is a Cerebral Overrider,
That's an
Obokata, though, that's a big hit.
Huge.
6 points. Now you're just 1 access away from it.
This is wild.
But if server 1's the clearinghouse, then that's game. No, got the chart ship. The stone ship.
The chart room has to be popped right now if you're worried about that clearinghouse, though. Let's see if Ysengrin chooses to pop it. I'm sure that's the decision.
Yeah, and the thing is they are both communicating in voice, so you know any reaction, action, whatnot calls are made in audio, so that's why we're not seeing them in the chat here. But this is huge. This game is one for the ages, definitely. So much fun to see. Well, Lat on a boat, of course, because why not? This is the boat meta after all. But this B is just 300% entertainment.
Oh boy. we're spinning the wheel all day today is what we're doing.
Yeah.
That's a mandatory, so we're still
that means no stone ship and also no clearinghouse. I think that probably, I mean, that signals to Jeff, right? Server 1 is not a clearinghouse. Probably safe to ignore that. The only thing that it could be that really hurts you is Obokata into Neurospike.
Okay, we're running out of
is
cards.
Potentially a live throw. Oh, Ika. Ika's big though. Ika just gets to break all of this ice. It's, you know, it's a little expensive to hop around, but it means you're no longer constrained by boat counters if you want to Apocalypse.
I guess the play is here if you have it, of course, because I mean you have to have it. There's no other option. The second Apoc must be in hand or the last card in the stack.
Yeah.
So you just basically.
If it's the last card in the stack, that's a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, I mean you can still stone ship for it. But anyway, the play could be here in the future round. Just do the Apoc and run archives, right? And hope for the best. You just need a point.
Yeah. We're reaching the point where very quickly it's going to be impossible to actually steal Obokatas, but I think that's okay.
Oh, this is big.
One Obokata did get stolen. Okay, Odoroshi going to fire Odoroshi. Okay.
Yeah, that's the
using
thing.
Ika here.
Yeah.
So that goes on to server 21.
Yeah, I need to zoom out. I didn't see server 21.
Yeah, it's hiding.
So we now have a 5, a 3, a 3, and another 3. If server 1's an Obokata, this is still threatening to win.
Yep.
This board state. Yeah, I think we're seeing an interesting question. Would you have played a Dirty Laundry in that position?
Probably not, because it's fuel for you to survive. But then again, I mean, your grip has a limit, so maybe you're just getting rid of a card. I don't know. Yeah, I think might have been in the unfortunate position of naturally being on 6 cards there. What is going on here, though? There's okay, so 5 out of the 6 ice pieces are on the table, which is interesting. We have 2 additional remote servers, and this is the Apoc turn everybody's saying in the chat. So let's see if the
people
Apoc
talked
happens.
about assets being dead after after Mumbad rotated. No, the assets are still here. You just have to play PE, y'all.
Yeah.
Odoroshi just going to cost 3 every time. It's easier than getting the Ika onto it and actually breaking. So we're just gonna see those fire all the rest of the day, I think. Anemone, Ika's gonna break that.
Actually,
not too expensive.
Single card in hand with 4 credits, probably NGOs somewhere, maybe on the board.
Yeah, you do actually have to get a successful run on HQ. So if this is a snare, it's a snare. Oh boy!
Oh,
and that's the Apocalypse and the deep dive.
Deep dive. Oh no!
Oh no! And the Apoc. That's the Apoc out. Wow!
So no more Apoc this game. No more deep dive this game. That is, I mean, well played by MrBuggles to hold on to that snare.
Wow!
MrBuggles on 0 credits now.
You don't care. You have a snare.
Traps.
Yeah, but this board state gets to stick around. That's the problem.
Still an NGO somewhere in there, probably
right.
with advancement counters.
NGO could be one of these 3 advanced servers, so it is still tricky to check anything that could be a cerebral.
Wow.
At least, I guess the one good thing is if cerebral fires. Well, that's not even a good thing. If cerebral fires, you can stone ship and go back up to. But then
3
you have
cards.
0 cards in hand. Any agenda you lose.
Yep,
You can't win at that point, other than on time.
Okay, for 23, let's see. Are we getting
We don't see an
pop?
NGO pop, so
No,
probably not
no.
a snare.
This is probably game. There's probably a cheeky agenda in there. What do we know? We know nothing.
I mean, MrBuggles had to clear the handout to go for that snare play, so there easily could be agendas on the board right now.
Let me just run a 3-minute commercial break now, okay?
No.
Don't you dare. And I think crucially, even if this is a Sting here on the table, Sting, that's a when stolen trigger. You steal the agenda and win the game before you have to take the damage.
This could be an Urtica. What? This could
That
be
would be
so many
gross.
different things. This is, I mean, in a server, in one of the, 9 remotes? That's a spinny!
Spin Doctor.
Spinny D!
Still 2 clicks.
Yep,
Still 2 chances for Jeff to find an agenda.
yep. You're still
Yeah.
in the game, and this is, we only have 6 agenda on the table. There's 6 more in the game. Any one of those wins you the game.
Yeah, and unlike Junebug, Urtica Cipher does not cost money, correct? It's just when accessed.
I think Urtica doesn't cost money. Yeah.
Snare and snare into R&D. Have fun with that.
Okay, we're running the hand because you drew 2 cards, so if you put 2 snares. So all snares
Yeah,
back in
Urtica
play.
Cipher is just when accessed while installed.
Perfect
It
then.
does not care about money.
Anemone not doing much here. The money in the bank for sure. That one Rozeki has been doing a lot of work over the game, but...
Mhm.
Now, 50-50. What's in there?
You would expect not snares, that R&D feels significantly less safe than HQ because you know there are 2 snares in there.
It's relevant. It's relevant. There's 6 agendas scored out of 12, but 2 of them can't be
House
stolen.
of Knives game!
got it!
That's House
That's
of Knives,
a
that's
game!
game!
Jeez! What a game!
What the game?
What a game!
Rezo, we're gonna...
GG's,
Look at
Ysengrin.
this!
Oh my god!
Wow.
So, one of these was in fact an agenda, but... 5 advanced cerebral overrider, 3 advanced cerebral
22 is
overrider, 3 advanced
oboe.
Urtica Cipher, 3 advanced Urtica Cipher, and a snare on the board. What is
Wow.
happening right now?
Wow. Oof,
Oh,
what a
amazing
game.
game.
Like, this was probably the most exciting game we had all weekend. That's not to say that the other ones were not exciting, but the level of adrenaline here and just the tension.
You could honestly say this game was on a House of Knives edge the entire time.
Oh, this is my slow golf clap. Well said, well said. No, I mean, what a game. Huge kudos to both players for providing us with a spectacle. I could
Huge entertainment there. Yeah.
This was just so much fun, and you can see that this is a standard meta, and you don't have to play boats. You can just play PE and just say, "Hey, we're gonna have fun here, right?" Wow,
It's gonna be fun for at least one player.
wow. So just bringing the lists back onto the screen while we prep for the next game, and you can just admire these. But yeah, huge kudos to both players. Great performance by MrBuggles. I mean, and this was, by the way, this was the Nisei Derby match. So we had both players representing the organization behind the game right now. So one of them had to go, unfortunately. But hey, well, that's it.
Yeah, fantastic run for both. Obviously,
Fantastic.
both top 4, both qualifying for Intercontinentals. And, you know, as I said before, this is the only Jinteki deck that figured it out. This is the only pilot, the only PE list that actually made it here to the top cut. So,
Yeah.
incredible run by MrBuggles, making it up to 4th with a faction that no one else was able to make that make that
Absolutely.
work with.
Absolutely, what a game that was. I mean, I still have like goosebumps. So
Yeah.
what a game! What a game! And I mean, imagine being on the receiving end of this. Imagine being Ysengrin here and just saying, "Okay, well, I might just die any minute now here." So, I just won. I mean, you have to probably just get up and walk around a bit. Maybe even shout like going, "Yes!" Because I mean, I would. I know I would. I'm very emotional when I win against Jinteki, so I wouldn't be surprised if other players. Sorry. So,
Yeah, and obviously that doesn't that's not the end of the line for Ysengrin. The stress continues going on because it is now Bridgman running against Ysengrin's corp.
Yep, so I'm just pulling this pairing up on the screen, Bridgman, and we're gonna have Ysengrin on the corp side of things, for sure. We had this pairing before, unless I'm mistaken. So yeah, this matchup happened before. Let's just change the decks. And, I mean, this is the thing with the top 8. The good news is you're playing shorter games, you're just playing one-sided games as well. The harder thing is you might be forced, to play one game after another with very high stakes in a way, if you care about the stakes. And well, it is stressful. It's fortunately not a marathon, but it's definitely nerve-wracking sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So just to round out the top 4, we have MrBuggles getting into the Intercontinentals, of course, on the PE from hell, but it was absolutely awesome to watch. I hope it comes back in some shape or form, because as a reminder, the players who qualify for the Intercontinentals can completely change their decks, can bring completely different IDs and whatnot, so we might see some changes there. Everybody can be on a boat, or the boat just goes out. I don't know, who knows. And the Hoshiko as well, playing really well. Top 4, congrats for this performance. But yeah, we're waiting right now for what's gonna be, I believe, round 5. I'm not even counting the rounds. This is not Swiss. The count of the rounds is not that important. Let's just
Jeff asking for a minute there. Just a quick
Understandably,
break.
I think that was a high stress situation for like 20 straight minutes.
Yeah, finish the game on 2 hit points as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 total hit points. In addition, also Jeff, the same time zone that I am, so it's 8 a.m. over here. I think potentially just reaching the point of the day where wants some amount of food just to stay running.
And I'm actually gonna do the same. I'm gonna ask for 3, 4, 5 minutes of a break, and we'll be back after 5 minutes, more or less ish, like really
Sounds
briefly.
great.
Okay, cool. Talk to you in a second then. I'm muting everything, putting some music on, and we're gonna be back quite soon. Stay tuned for this very exciting top 8 cut matchup between, well, 2 players we're gonna talk about in a few minutes. Talk to you soon. In the meantime, but for now, I'm still trying to figure out what's the timing and what the situation here is. Both players are coming back to the table, and we're going to be doing a bit of a switcheroo. I'm going to be inviting in a second another community legend to join us. It's all legends left, right, and center here, of course, because we have people playing who are legendary. People commentating who are also not too shabby. But anyway, we are heading towards a game that is going to lead to the final. And I'm going to be putting the pairing on the screen right now. Unless I'm mistaken for some reason, but I'm not. We have Bridgman versus Ysengrin. Checking the setup here. Yeah, Ysengrin is going to be corping. This is the penultimate... Actually, this is the final game before the final. But yeah, the winner of this gets to play against Asger in the finals. So we'll see how that goes. And now, let me invite my lovely co-hosts to come back, and we're gonna do a bit of a switcheroo. Welcome back. Am I in there? Are you in there? Is everything okay? Can you hear me? Are we actually streaming? Is this all down? Am I talking to myself? What's going on here? Chances are. Welcome back!
At the very least, I can hear you.
Perfect. I hope the stream is up, because I kept seeing people putting F in the chat. I don't know if this was about the previous game, if this was about the meta state. I have no idea. I hope the stream is not exploding. Stream is up. Okay. Oof. Thank you so much. The raffle is still going on for a few minutes, but I think yeah, we're gonna keep the raffle up a bitsy bit. And then I would like to introduce, I don't know if they're with us already, but yeah, Navi is coming over to join us on the stream. You there?
Hello, yeah, hi.
Hello! Welcome! It's been a while. Welcome. Are you judging still today? Are you just taking your time off now and just saying there's enough judges to run things?
Yeah, we'll go with the latter one.
Welcome back. It's been a while since we've been on stream together. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm tired. Yesterday was very long.
You don't say.
It's the nature of 7 rounds.
Okay. I see yellow lights, green lights. We're back. I'm just testing you people. We're just running snares and stuff. No, sorry. This is again. If you missed the intro, we're joined by Navi, one of the judges running yesterday's tournament until the very late night and whatnot for us. And Navi is joining us from the judge team, but not judging this game. And I'm also joined by Neuropantser, and we're going to be watching Bridgman versus Ysengrin. They're going to be setting up slowly and surely. You said the table is up, right? I should be... Okay, we're on the stream. We're back. Things just are starting without me knowing even what's going on. But we're back, and the game is on. The first agenda was scored. Okay, let's rewind a bit. Oh,
Rashida Jaheim installed at no cost off of Architect deployment test. I don't think that necessarily signals a lack of ice in that top 5. I think that signals priority on Rashida. It's a high-risk play, though, because if a boat comes out here and the Rashida gets trashed, that's very bad for Ysengrin.
Yeah, but if it doesn't get contested, the gas this gives, which it has done, is absurd. Like
enormous, yeah. Basically,
yeah.
Gets Ysengrin just back set up, instantly able to push for another agenda. And it's also interesting. Notably, we know that there is a seamless in hand right now, so this isn't advancing because there has to be an advancement. This is advancing potentially to signal wanting to do something with the quick and really feeling that Lat cannot get into that server this turn. Sure enough, no boat yet. Just a Beth that currently doesn't have much of a job to do.
Yeah, I was just
an NGO though.
checking to see if there was an NGO in the list, and there's a single one, which by the time I pulled up the list, it had been used.
Yeah. It's important information for both players to know. Obviously, both players know that is the only NGO, unless it cycles back with a Spin Doctor or something like that. So other advanced cards are agendas.
The fact that this top 8 has 8 decks running, but in 3 different factions.
It is a 5 influence card, and we saw it in 3 different factions. You're right. Is that the problem with Crims right now? Is the problem with Crims that they're not importing boat?
That they can't import boat. But it's just definitely a testament to how absurdly strong the card is at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily look like a card that should do that, right? It's an 8 cost console, 5 influence. It feels like, yeah, this is just a card for shapers and it's a late game card. But no, it's we've heard players say that it is the card that is enabling early aggression out of shapers.
So it's how do you rush when they can break any ice for no credits?
Ignoring the remote here, though, going to go through this draft on HQ to Stargate. Tranquility, Rashida. So no agendas off of this, but you probably do want to get rid of one of these Rashidas, I would guess. Maybe the Tranquility. I don't think you're running back through the drafter to get the other... No, okay.
No,
trashing the Tranquility.
Yeah, I like the Tranquility trash here. If you assume that server 1 doesn't have one in, which
Mhm.
as they're still both face down, is quite likely. Although they were both installed last turn, so
Yeah. Finding a seamless in HQ, already knew that was there. Pad tap comes down. So we know that a Rashida just got drawn. It's probably going to stick around in HQ this turn, though, because we have a seamless. Well, might not stick around in HQ. Yep, sure enough. We have Off-World Office scored up to that 15 credit threshold, which is important with this Beth. Seamless comes back, and I imagine we'll probably see a jam into server 1 here,
Yeah.
sure enough.
they could res the upgrade to dodge the extra click off Beth, which they haven't done.
Yeah.
Assuming
Chooses
it's not
to.
Anoetic Void.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that might signal that it is Anoetic Void to me. The fact that you're not going to dodge down to 14 or 13.
Yeah.
Could
Yeah,
also
'cause
just be trying to preserve the information of, if this is a Skunkworks, I don't want them to know that so that they run this server and know what they have to do.
For 3 Ice Deep, the server feels pretty okay against a 2 counter boat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to think. Boat, unless there's a stone ship or something else to charge it, or like an Into the Depths, boat feels pretty safe this turn. Or sorry, boat's only going to be on 3 counters this turn after whatever run. We've been thinking it over. Understandable, I think. This is already a very threatening board state, thanks to threatening a Rashida out of server 1, threatening potentially a GFI. Just obviously we do see 1 seamless in the bin, but there easily could be 2 seamless in HQ. Seamless got access to a lot.
Yeah, if they've somehow drawn all 3 seamless super early, which isn't unheard of,
No.
could very much be a very sneaky GFI.
Yeah, and this is, I think we're seeing one of the adaptations that this meta has gone to because of this lap deck. Decks that can just rush out extremely fast. This is already 4 points to 0, forcing these boat counters to get spent just going through a drafter to get an Into the Depths on R&D. It will find Hyperbaric. That does help break this remote because you know that there's a gatekeeper there. But still, boat is only on 1 counter. I don't think this remote's challengeable this turn.
No, if there's something like, did he even run Hagen? But unless Clip's in the bin. Oh, Clip is in the bin. So yeah. But yeah, you've got no way other than. Oh, you can click through Ansel. A drafter would really mess you up.
Yeah, a drafter would be pretty bad. Border control would end the run unless. Oh, yeah, you said there's paperclip in the bin.
Yeah.
But obviously, border control presents a larger problem on server 1 than just you having to install paperclip. But we do have Nanotech come down, so Nanotech will be able to break through this drafter, not cheaply, but it does enable Stargate.
5?
Yeah, 5.
Yeah, that's
There is an architect deployment test here, though. And sure enough, that gets trashed. So architect deployment test hits the bin. Mad Dash, that's big. Wow, and we see 2 seamless in archives right now. So double seamless is not a threat right now.
Yeah, and the Mad Dash pretty much evening up the score in the fact that the runner only needs to steal 2 more and the corp needs to score 2 more, or GFI is big. And yeah, Nanotech is not cheap to break drafter, which carries on the debate with these lists of if Eka or Nanotech is better.
It does make icing up R&D to prevent the Stargate awkward, though, right? Because 1 more ice and Nanotech suddenly is cheap to break drafter.
1 more ice and you just walk through drafter for 2 credits.
Yeah, so it's almost not even worth icing R&D unless you're able to put something extremely expensive on there or like 2 more ice on there. So it just means the Stargate is you're going to have to rush past Stargate. You're probably not going to be able to shut it down.
Yeah.
I think... What if you're Ysengrin, what do you think you're digging for here?
Probably Void and
Yeah.
Skunkworks make that remote like very challenging and taxing to get through because and just speed, because the longer you leave this game, especially now they don't need to use boat counters to get into R&D with Stargate, the more the boat's gonna snowball and the less that server's gonna look threatening.
Yeah, I think we're seeing it in chat. I think next activation command is also a really good get here.
Yeah.
If you're able to find it. There's only one of those in this list, so it's, you know, you have to actually find the one of, but it is potentially very impactful because you can install advanced GFI, still have a quick left to next activation command, and suddenly the boat counters do nothing.
Yep. And it gives all the ice +2 strengths to boot, which is just
True. I mean, that's relevant. Hyperbaric has to pump extra.
Yeah, it's annoying for
extra money.
Hyperbaric.
Oh, and you have to boost an extra time with an nanotech if you try to win off centrals instead.
Yeah, it can
So-
mess up nanotech math.
Yeah. Yeah, nanotech not one that really wants to have to use its boost ability, so forcing an extra use of it is good.
It also stops
Yeah.
you being able to click Ansel and Fairchild as well, which
Very relevant.
Yeah.
Very relevant. Those are subroutines you absolutely don't want firing. Yeah, having to really math this out, so... This is exactly why these players are in the top 3. They're able to do this math. PD was always too stressful for me to play for this exact reason.
with
Plenty
29
of
minutes
time,
on the
looks like.
round, they've got
Yeah.
plenty of time. Chat saying that math is OP.
Yeah, we should probably get that on the restricted list.
Oh, we've got an install in server 1 now.
Okay. Install advance. What is the last click?
I mean, with the amount of math thinking, and then the jam because the one NGO is already in the bin, Ysengrin probably thinks that this can't be got into, although a next activation command here would probably feel a lot safer.
Yeah, if you have next activation command, does that just remove the math from the equation? Is that why the
Possibly.
math-
I mean, they
Yeah.
do still have the full breaker suite.
True. Right, yeah, there is paperclip in the bin, so it gets expensive at that point.
Yeah.
But not impossible. Okay, icing R&D. So part of that math, it seems like, was figuring out, is this ice worth installing versus boosting up nanotech? Obviously, if this is a border control on R&D, you can just get that 2 credit tax, force the paperclip install, and still stuff a Stargate run. Dirty laundry into HQ. Try to money up a little bit.
Does, however, like you said, make that drafter 3 less to break now.
Yeah. Right, so border control doesn't end up being as much of a tax. The main tax is just having to install paperclip.
Yeah.
Effectively becomes a 3 credit tax, which is exactly what Lat just earned off of dirty laundry.
Although knowing there's a seamless in hand, well, assuming there's a seamless in hand because they grabbed one back with PD earlier, that server 1 is threatening a GFI.
Absolutely, yeah. This feels last turn of the gamey to me.
Yeah.
Notably, Ysengrin still staying up on these 15 credits, so Lat effectively gets an extra 3 credits and boat counter because of that.
And if that
that
upgrade
dirty
is
laundry.
Analytic Void, the math could have been like how many times they can reasonably end the
Yeah.
run.
Mm-hmm.
With getting in, and
Yeah,
and
I think you're exactly right there. Richmond thinking it over now. Tough position. Tricky board state to figure out.
yeah, chat saying it's either void or a really good bluff.
Both are, I think, very much in play. You know, these players are in the top 3 for a reason.
Yeah.
Knowing when to bluff and how to bluff is an important skill in Netrunner.
Like if that happens to be the one copy of the virus, that'd be massive. But
Yeah. Yeah, that's why we haven't seen the res this whole time, because it will show this remote's a lot easier to get into than you think.
yeah. Okay, so the Stargate is going
Stargate.
down.
Yeah. Yeah, notably Bridgman's we have seen a few lat lists on the weekend, or shaper lists on the weekend, beyond things like rejig. None of that in this Bridgman list. So the only way to refresh a Stargate and get a second Stargate in a given turn is a Simmel chip.
So yeah, the Hagen forcing the.
Oh, that's a GFI.
Oh wow! Oh, and there's the next activation command.
Yeah. The next card, I'm sure Ysengrin wishes that next activation command were one card up. We have an Ansel from HQ. So that's
Just
an
hit
RNG, that's an
HQ.
HQ.
Yeah, I think you just hit HQ again and hope to hit.
Unless this is an Into the Depths turn. There are 2 Into the Depths in this list. This could be win if this is.
Do you mean
if this
deep
is an
dive?
Into the Depths.
They ran HQ twice.
Oh, okay. Missed that. Oh, hold on. We have the Seamless. We have an advance.
Yeah,
and another
that is-
advance. Food, that's the win. Wow. That came down to the very end.
Yeah,
No
hit
adjustment,
HQ
man.
was clean.
Needed the deep dive to have a chance there. That seems like it seems like a pretty strong draw after the first turn or so from Ysengrin. After the first, obviously there was the initial architect deployment test store, but seems like a pretty strong draw from that point.
Yeah. The lat deck isn't running deep dive though, so.
Oh, am I looking at the wrong list? some
No,
reason-
I think you've confused Into the Depths and deep dive.
You're right. I have confused Into the Depths and deep dive. You're correct. That's exactly what happened there. Okay, so no deep dive to lean on there. That is Bridgman. I believe that's the second loss for Bridgman. So
Yeah.
fantastic run.
Oh, and it was a
third.
it was a trunk grid in the remote, so
Oh,
the
it
fact
was
that
a bluff.
so that was a bluff.
Yeah,
No-
Ysengrin saying had to bluff. Knowing when you have to bluff is important in this.
Yeah. Like not resing that to dodge the Beth click and not resing it to get credits off it really represents it as if this is Anoetic Void. You are not getting in, and then yeah.
That's disgusting. Double border control on the remote.
Oh wow.
So if there hadn't been the Stargate run on R&D, it looks like still credit perfect to res both of those and make that server very, very difficult to get into.
So
Well.
we're down to the final 2, which is Ysengrin and where are my notes?
No, I'm back. I'm
Asa.
sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
huge apologies for everybody going like, what the heck is happening with the stream? I was just here busy holding the cables so that they don't explode. We do have a backup stream running just in case. Twitch.tv/ANR Koga, ANR capitals Koga with a K, Koga. In case you just want to plug in there and make sure that you see the whole game, because Koga graciously, and I'm very, very grateful for that, agreed to just jump in and do a backup stream. Maybe without anything fancy in the background, but don't worry about this. Like, you're at least going to see the games. You can go in there. I'm gonna hope that this is not gonna collapse again. What a game that was, and we are in the finals.
Yeah.
We are.
So it's TugtetguT with the shield and Ysengrin coming in from the lower bracket.
Yep. I'm just setting up so that we're going to see those people on the stream again. I'm just making sure that we see both their decks here. And, well, I mean, in a way, Asger here, TugtetguT, defending Europe's and Africa's geographical claims, but it is apparently a tradition that people from different regions are basically winning the championships for a particular other region, right? That's the whole idea, right? I mean, you're playing the Continentals of a completely different time zone to win it, and then you just take the title to just make it more fun, to confuse your opponent in the future.
Also, the bottom 2 seeds are in the final from the cut.
Oh, that is very
Seed
true.
7 and 8, seed 8.
That is an absolutely exciting and weird turn of events, but nonetheless, this is going to be fun. Do we know who's going to be playing whom? As in which side?
Yeah, Tug is going to be on Corp in the first game of the Grand Finals.
Okay.
So it will be Lat versus this Asa Group.
That sounds
Interestingly,
interesting.
Apocalypse Lat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is going to make things probably a bit more interesting.
Yeah, Asa obviously loves to set up these remote servers, loves to get fully operational online. If you blow everything up, fully operational doesn't give you many credits.
Mm-hmm.
And if you install all your ice on the remote, it's easier to fully operational. Or sorry, it's easier to APOC. But I think kind of crucially here, order control on centrals does shut down that line a certain bit unless there's extra incidental clicks like Beth clicks involved. So this is an interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah, waiting for the people to set up, and there, of course, there's going to be a bit of a breather for the finalist. And well, Tug has been Asger has been waiting for quite a while for the games to play out, so probably way more relaxed.
Because Asker made this from the winners bracket. I think it was 2 games. Yeah, 2 games whilst the lower bracket caught up. So they've had like a 90-minute at least break.
Yep.
I think 90 minutes. They've at least an hour.
Yep. Asger has been sleeping for ages. Well, I mean, you know. Who knows how this is going to affect things? Maybe you're going to be too sleepy and you're going to miss a trigger or something. I don't know. Like, you better be careful. But yeah, now it's actually quite good. I do have a champion screen later on to show once we have the result, if, of course, the stream doesn't melt and whatnot. So I only have to choose one of the 2 names on there. That's good. But yeah, this has been quite a ride. And the top 8 players, so Pinsel, cobrabubbles, Matuszczak, Kikai, MrBuggles and Bridgman, all playing like the top 8 they are, and bringing a lot of interesting game to the table. We will even excuse all the people on boat because, you know, it's just a meta, that's it. I mean, it's like wondering why are people playing Account Siphon back in the day. I mean, you just do that. But the games have been absolutely thrilling from day 1, from round 1, from click 1, I would say, all the way up to here, including the most exciting game of Netrunner 2022 personally for me, which was, of course, MrBuggles versus Ysengrin. That was just wild. But here we are in the final, and we're going to see who of these 2 fine folks is going to be taking away the belt and the better seed for the Intercontinentals. And Navi, are you going to be involved in the Intercontinentals as well? Are you taking a backseat there and just chilling?
I think I have plans that weekend, so I'm not.
Well played. No, I was just going to maybe pick your brains about the format and whatnot, but I think, okay, that's going to be...
Okay, yeah, I mean, I kind of was the one who invented the format back in the day.
I mean, precisely. That's
running it all by hand in the first one, that was... Oh, that wasn't fun.
I mean, was it back in the day when you were taking photos and sending them to me or somebody else streaming so that they can actually put the photo on stream so people can see the piece of paper? I think that was there was a case of this at least once, where we
I don't
had
remember.
I think I have the photo somewhere.
Okay.
The format itself is very entertaining because it's basically the last deck standing or the last player standing, and it's all about basically you could be facing anybody, but there is a system to it, and just keep sticking around until there's nobody else in the field. How did you come up with this contraption of a format? What inspired you, if you remember? Never cross the streams, but we should be totally restarting the stream and whatnot. Koga is running the backup. Thank you so much, Koga. So whatever happens, maybe I was just not meant to stream the finals. That's it. I am cursed. I have been cursed by, are there any witches or warlocks in Netrunner? Probably, right? I mean, stuff is just dropping and reconnecting and disconnecting, and I don't even know what's going on here anymore. Stream crashed while talking about a backup stream in case the stream crashes. Yeah, I mean, this is, I'm cursed by Baba Yaga, totally. And I hope it's not the, what's his name, John Wick kind of Baba Yaga, because that would be harsh. 15th time I'm gonna start the stream, and by again stream, welcome back stream. Is the game even on? No, I mean
no, they're sorting a technical issue behind the scenes.
A technical issue?
Yeah.
You don't say. Oh god.
A non-stream related technical issue, to be clear, but
Oh, is the stream back? The stream died.
There is a stream running all the time. The stream is just not me at times. That's what I'm trying
Is your
to say.
stream back? I mean, it loaded in and people were saying welcome back stream, and now people are saying bye stream.
bye again stream.
Yeah, that's just being cursed. Oh jeez, no, this is gonna keep happening. I think I have to. I think I have to press some buttons on the box.
I assume we're still up on Koga stream though.
Yeah, Koga stream is still live, so your audio is on
Okay.
all the time. I assume my
Okay.
audio as much as I am on it as well, but you should be commentating the game as if you're in it because you're in it, and Koga stream is running. So by all means, get into the table.
There isn't currently a game live. We're still sorting out an issue behind the scenes, but
I'm hanging
we're-
on it, in a way.
so I guess the good news is people who are still on the stream that's I guess juggling at the moment.
Yeah.
Not missing any gameplay at the moment.
No. And I'm really, I mean, personally, this is totally destroying me, and I'm probably just gonna retire from streaming until I get a better connection and a new computer or something. But this is just destroying me personally, so I'm really sorry for that. And I'm the Twitch chat emoji holding my head all the time. I kid you not.
So Vesper, a couple of minutes ago you asked about the Intercontinentals, but I had to reply to Javi panicking. So I kind of didn't hear properly what you said. Do you want to repeat the question again?
Yeah, sure. No, the question was, what brought you to this particular format? Because it's quite unusual for the Intercontinentals to have this kind of a last player standing. How did you get inspired?
So it was going to be just your standard Swiss. Not Swiss, sorry, double elimination. But the players at the time sort of were all like, "Oh, that's kind of we don't like that because it's not great." So we just brainstormed a lot of like different formats to do to make it feel special, and that's what they voted on.
Yeah.
When I opened it up was I think I called it Survival Swiss at the time, which was basically you play Swiss but you have 3 lives, and when you lose 3 games you're out. Which last year they sort of refined into just a triple elimination bracket. But yeah, it was just to make Intercontinental seem different, and it's what the players on that year voted on.
Oh, okay. We have a game starting.
Okay.
Tug is already taking a mulligan, so
I don't see that. Like my. Okay, here we are. We're going in.
So we have a mulligan on the corpse side. We have a keep on the runner side. And let's go ahead and see what Asa gets up to first.
So yeah, just to reiterate for people joining, Ysengrin has got here from the lower bracket and needs to win both this game and a next game to win the entire event. whereas Tut just needs to win one of the 2 games.
Mhm.
So this could very well be the last game of the event.
Absolutely. So we already have an Asa trigger, installing a server with ice, drawing back up with Spin Doctor after click 2. And let's go ahead and see what quick 3 is. Quick 3 is to draw a card, going to discard, get something in archives. Challenging this remote right away, and it is a border control. Effectively a 3-credit res there. It will end the run, and it does threaten to make this server annoying to get into in the future.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
double
a-
pad tap.
Yeah.
Double pad tap and daily cast. That's a good drip setup.
I was going to say, the border control res there does really signal a Rashida, and the double pad in response to that read is huge.
Absolutely agree, yeah.
Also, as
Signaling Rashida because you go so low, right?
yeah. Also, as Ysengrin, I'm happy to see the border control not on the central if I'm running APOC.
Not just APOC, but also deep dive. Agreed.
Yeah.
Border control on centrals shuts off a lot of what you potentially want to do to close out a game or turn the corner in the mid game. So 100% agreed there. Border control forced to be on the remote to protect that Rashida is actually a big deal for you. Of course, this could be another border control here on HQ. We don't know.
There are 3 in the list.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that decision to have 3 border controls definitely, I have to imagine, feels very good right now as Asa. Obviously, some Asa lists are choosing to spend some of their influence on Anoetic Void. We're not seeing that in this list. It is a 3 border control, and then the upgrades are you have 2 copies of Managarm Skunkworks.
And this is this flavor of Asa
Luminal.
isn't on the ganked loop either, is it?
No, it is not. It is on Good, Clean Fun. We do have a Luminal, so Luminal gets a hedge fund and an install and a new remote. So, just saying, all right, you need to find some way to get through this border control to do anything. Angola will do that. It's 4 credits to get through this border control. Once a turn.
Four
right.
credits.
You can let gain 1 fire so that you gain 2.
So you get
That's
2
pretty
off the pad taps.
Challenge there. Vitruvius, potentially an important card because Vitruvius with a counter off of a seamless or something like that matters a fair bit in this game.
Now the fact they jam that kind of reads that they're flooded if
I agree.
they went for such an aggressive jam behind the lowly border control.
Mm-hmm. And that might be why we're seeing the overdraw here. With an Ngolo down, HQ does not feel safe anymore, so dumping some of these agendas that might potentially be in hand and spin doctoring them away, that seems like a pretty good use of time here.
Yeah. Chat saying that the APOC threat feels very real as well. But although... Okay, now the second ice and the thing's gone in the remote, APOC feels like
APOC feels like very relevant.
It has teeth, whereas before it was APOCing away 2 cards.
Yeah. Choosing instead... Okay, so this is Gatekeeper. Again, Ngolo can get through this server.
It's not the... Oh, I mean, yeah, you let the credit fire here
Yeah.
go back to 8. That's still another 4 to get through if they do end the run, though.
Mm-hmm. It's an off-world office. Wow.
Yeah, this really feels
Definitely
like
feels
they're
like flood.
flooded. It feels like it's even discarded that they either couldn't overdraw enough, or no, because they installed 2 cards. Yeah,
Yeah, chose to be aggressive rather than discarding and spin doctoring away potentially. I kind of see the reason for that. I don't know how much you like your long game against this lat deck.
yeah.
Just unfortunately seems like an awkward draw on this Asa side. But let's go ahead and see what Asa has in store this turn. Another jam in server 1 and an ice on the outside. Okay, this is really starting to feel like you want to APOC here if you're lat.
I agree. Also, the two double naked remote installs feels odd when you're facing against the deck you knows on APOC.
Potentially just saying you might not have it in hand, and it looks like it is not, in fact, in hand. Just going to take the server 3 Spin Doctor down for 2 credits.
So interestingly, one of those cards in the naked remote could be the single copy of Trist or Trieste or however that card's pronounced. And if then there's like a Bioroid on HQ, that can deny the APOC for a turn.
That's very true. Yeah. Ysengrin just choosing to let these remotes be. That's a seamless and a seamless. And it advanced. That's Asker on game point.
Whoa.
Wow. The one turn Ysengrin chose not to run the remote, it turned out to be a pretty important turn.
Yeah.
The boat comes
Oh,
down.
it's
Spin Doctor. That's going to deny this boat counter, you have to think.
Yeah.
Spin Doctor and Seamless Launch come back. Pretty good ones to get there. HQ finds a drafter. And honestly, this might be Tug working through what we think was the flood. I mean, 4 agendas already in this number of cards. You have to think there probably aren't more, but you're also not sure. Maryland, obviously one of the worst cases. Border control for 1 credit is a worst case, but Maryland giving 2 credits to you, but also giving 2 credits to Lat right now.
Yeah, Tut's never really been in a position where they can trash the pad taps though. So they're just, double pad taps so early.
That's honestly a theme we've seen all weekend. So few pad taps have gotten trashed. So few tapworms have gotten purged. It just seems like Corps don't have time to trash those drip resources.
Yeah, because you can't really spend time doing it when you're facing boat, because it's just gonna snowball to the point where it gets in anywhere really cheaply.
Yeah, so Ysengrin, the APOC threat is not live this turn either. Choosing to run server 1. Server 1 is not going to be... Well, there are 5 counters on boat, so I guess it is breakable
so you
this turn.
Bought the drafter, break this, Ingolo that, and use pad tap. And then you can easily get back in if they end the run.
Yeah, boat being on as many counters as it was key to running that server this turn. If this is a bait, though, that does mean this server is difficult to run next turn.
Yeah.
But probably not difficult enough. You still end up with 1 counter on boat, so boat can... Yep, it's just a Maryland. Not even firing the border control to bait out a second run.
Chat asking, how does the corp score the last agenda now? I think...
Yeah.
Trist model Bioroids, or...
Oh, that's a GFI off the top. You tax out boat counters, I think is the realistic answer.
Ysengrin does have a stone ship in place, so the boat, I can get an extra counter mid-run if it needs it as well.
Yeah, it crucially can only get up to 3 next turn without a second stone ship, so... I don't think that's quite enough of a window, but in theory that could be a window. But no, we're just seeing fully operational here, only for 2 charges. Just drawing up to find answers.
Chat is really rooting for for Jeff, it seems.
Spamming a lot of chefs. Is that what we're seeing?
Yep. Chat also asked why no Marilyn res, which
That's
did
valid.
did it have credits to do it on the end?
No,
No, they had
only 5 credits right now. I don't think so. No.
they had 1 credit after they res the Nico,
Yeah.
so they couldn't res the Marilyn.
Yeah, Nico obviously a much better res because you start actually making those credits faster. And also you don't jam up server 1 with that. So installing a card in server 1 looks like that is not trashing. Yeah, it's not an overinstall, so that's probably the Managarb Skunkworks. Actually, I think that's the only upgrade, so it has to be a Managarb Skunkworks in server 1.
Yeah, it is. There's only 2 upgrades in the deck, and they're both Skunkworks.
Now, there's another ice on R&D that's certainly threatening to be a border control to shut down something like APOC or Deep Dive. So, if you're trying to get an APOC or Deep Dive, which server do you run first, R&D or HQ? Where are you more worried about a border control?
Probably R&D.
I think that's probably the case. Obviously, we'd need to run archives first if you want to threaten the APOC, because you do need to get that boat counter.
Yeah.
This is definitely a threatening spot, though. Server 1 is with a Skunkworks, with this few clicks, this few credits on Ysengrin's side, and this few boat
Actually,
counters.
2 new cards. They trashed the Marilyn with Asa.
Oh, they
trigger.
did trash the Maryland. Oh, okay, I missed that. Yeah. So this is actually quite a threatening spot in that case.
Yeah,
because server
so
1 is
this
threatening to just be the
can
winning agenda.
threaten the win.
Yeah. All it takes is either of a Trivius in the remote or 1 seamless in hand, and either of those is an easy ask.
Yeah.
So sure enough, Ysengrin running archives to get a boat counter, encountering Drafter here, letting Drafter fire. Not worried about these Drafter subs.
Can't get in twice without letting the drafter fire, though.
That's correct. Yeah. Letting Drafter fire a second time, you do have to...
Oh, they're letting drafter completely fire here.
Yeah. Drafter does ignore all costs. So, if you let Drafter fire after the border control gets popped, that, like, border control can get reinstalled, but that does mean going down to 0, which means, well, you still could score, right? Because you have the Nico money, you have the Maryland money.
Yeah.
Agreed. Hard, tough spot. This is not easy for either player right now. Anytime that you are letting Drafter subroutines fire, you typically know that you're in a tough position. Not on a face check either. This is just, no, I am letting you fire Drafter for strategic reasons.
So they break the gatekeeper for 2.
Mm-hmm. And you
But-
effectively break the border control for 1.
Yeah. Or you bought it and take credits.
Yeah.
But yeah, if that Skunkworks, I don't see how they could get in and the agenda still be there. Although I guess forcing the corp to overinstall it does stop them just winning
Mm-hmm.
on the
It
last
would
click.
take 2 seamless in hand, right? It would take 2 seamless for Skunkworks. Well, no, because you still have the drip money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it's a tough spot. Drafter adds a seamless launch to HQ and installs a Rashida on the outside. Yet another, not enough clicks to trash enough money to make the seamless threat not online.
Also, there's no this doesn't have to be the winning agenda. This could just be
Yeah, right. If this is just another Maryland,
yeah.
and it's an extremely good bait, especially the hard, tough spot in chat. Okay, we do have a border control. Yeah, so that is going to be boat to break 1 subroutine. That will be gain 3 and gain 2.
Yep.
Now, either border control ends the run or Skunkworks fires. There isn't that window with that exact interaction, unlike with Void. So I think taking over, is this the right turn to border control?
So yeah, if they do hot border control, you can actually get in and pay through a Skunkworks
Yeah,
by letting a drafter fire.
you have to let the drafter fire, yeah. Now, if you let the drafter fire, the border control comes back.
Yeah, but it comes back on a position you've already passed, so they can't res it.
Oh, you're right. Oh, that's huge. Because a drafter doesn't let you res.
Yeah, and it's not time of public release, so it doesn't let you choose
Yeah.
what position to install it in.
That's actually huge. Hellion beta test comes back. Border control does get installed, but as you point out, doesn't get res. That's a huge interaction. I honestly didn't know the exact way that interaction works. Yeah, so this is credit perfect to break a Skunkworks here. Wow. It's
And
a
it-
Rashida.
Oh!
Oh.
Server 7 is another Rashida as well. Oh, they didn't even have
what
credits
a
to trash it.
ruse. What an absolute ruse.
I have the strongest feeling that we just see a jam from Asuka here.
Has to be,
'Cause,
right? I mean,
yeah.
all of these cards drawn, that's what you really want. You want the agenda to win the game here. Because now server 1 seems completely unchallengeable.
Well, they can run archives, get a counter, stone chip a second counter. They'll be on 5 credits at the start, 6 credits at the start of their turn. So again, they're gonna have to let. Yeah, I don't think they can get through everything and have enough credits and clicks to challenge Skunkworks after
Yeah, it feels
border
like
ends.
feels like you might have to miracle deep dive here.
They did also grab a helium beta test,
Yeah.
which. Oh, or yeah, just put more ice on the server. That works too.
Server 1 is closed for business.
Yeah. There's the fully OP just to
And they advance. So this
money.
could be a food in server 1, potentially having to advance that, even though they're seamless in hand.
yeah. So interestingly enough, the NGO isn't in archives anymore. It did get shuffled in with
Oh, that's fair.
with.
NGO feels like a hard sell here, though. Just
Yeah.
server 1 is impenetrable.
It is.
And you have enough money probably to res whatever's on R&D. And that's the border control.
So
That's
that
relevant.
that's gonna shut down any deep dive or apocalypse play.
Yeah. Gonna have to let drafter fire here if you want to get in.
And to say an interesting interaction the court could have done is when the run of past priority, saying this is all I'm breaking, before the subs fired, they could have trashed border control to deny them the
Yeah.
2 credits off pad tap.
Yeah, could have done that.
But I think, yeah, getting this fire. So I think the only way you've used this to install ice and R&D. No.
Yeah, an interesting interaction last turn could have over-installed the Skunkworks, trusting the ice on server 1 so that
Yeah.
you can draft or fire a Skunkworks into R&D. Didn't choose to do that. Border control does end the run here, so that is no deep dive, no APOC this turn, but just running back through drafter, hoping for the heart of the cards here.
Yeah, which is why I was expecting an ice to go on R&D
Yeah.
beforehand.
that is the heart of the cards. Heart of the cards say game 2.
Oh,
Wow.
that is
Wow. Wow.
that is heartbreaking
Wow.
for Tut. And we'll go to the grand final.
We have the bracket reset. Both players with a loss. Incredible game there for game 1 of the grand finals.
Wow.
But yeah, the Corp did really well to get out of that flood, and it was just unfortunate that drafter, when you can just walk through it to see the top card, sometimes
Yeah.
it's the right play.
Sometimes R&D does not always hold out. We've seen R&D hold out this weekend, and R&D did not hold out this time. So this will be one last game for all the marbles. It will be these same 2 players, and it will be Hoshiko against PD. I would need a minute after that game, I think. That was very tense.
Yeah.
Just the Rashida install on server 1, I was just like, nah. Wow. That was great. Great play by both sides. Well, I'm happy we get to see more quality Netrunner, but it is kind of nerve-wracking between all this, all the technical difficulties on my side, all the stuff that's happening on the tables. I'll need to sleep right after, I guess. But yeah, so we had the Lat versus the Asa. Now we're gonna have Hoshiko versus Precision Design. Let's take a look at the lists, and there are no big surprises on the Hoshiko list, I would say. It's a Bochiko, so that's the spice here. How do you see this matchup shaping?
What, between Hoshiko and
Precision Design, yeah. Yeah. Unless I'm getting something wrong, but this is the matchup we're gonna have. Yeah,
Hoshiko versus Precision Design. I'm still.
Yeah, you're still processing the
I
previous
haven't
game. Yeah, no worries.
internalized this Hoshiko list. I need to look at it
Oh, yeah,
a little
sure.
bit more to figure out.
Let's
Precision Design runs one next activation to essentially stop the boat. It
Yeah.
does only have 2 border controls in it, as opposed to the 3
Yeah.
that was in the last Corp list.
Let's have the void, which is difficult to interact with. You can't try to hippo away a void. You have to actually get through it the old-fashioned way.
Whereas Hoshiko has the really rude combo of endurance and hippo, which just lets you trash ice for no credits.
Yeah.
There's
So
even
you-
Botulus to try to do it another cheeky free way.
So you're usually quite taxing ice, like Ansels and Fairchildren just disintegrate.
Yeah, we're seeing in chat an important matchup here is the 1 magnet versus 3 Botulus.
Yeah.
I think if you could choose the tech for this exact matchup, you would want to have more magnets.
Yeah, only 1 magnet in favor of more gatekeepers and drafters by the looks of it.
Mm-hmm.
Only 1 void as well, but yeah, if they can find it and early on, or when they can get a decent server going, it can really mess
We're in the game.
up the math. Also, Hoshiko does run 2 Stargates, so they can do the very cool play of Stargate and then overinstall Stargate to do it again.
Yeah. I think one thing that's important to note, obviously, like HB versus Anarch over the last couple of years, HB just has some ice that this Anarch deck with the natural breakers does not want to deal with. We see these Fairchild 3s, we see these Ansel 1.0s. If you have to rely on your bin breakers, those are some of the absolute worst ice in the game to face. So I imagine Ysengrin's going to try to lean on having those on important servers.
Yeah, so I think if the Hoshiko gets set up quickly, they very much have the late game. If they can get the boats snowballing early and sort of opening up difficult servers with a combination of both Botulus and Hippo.
We don't see a res on server 1, we just see him a virus access. Purge virus counters, no net damage. Trashman virus.
And the
In terms of setting up quickly, we are starting to see that on the Hoshiko side.
Yeah.
Already a Black Orchestrate in the bin, already 3 sources of drip down.
Oh, and there's
that's
the
an install advanced next activation command.
yeah. So I'm guessing that's going to be something like order control or
Yeah.
Hagen, and I'm guessing because it's been advanced one, it'll be an off-world office that is gonna grab the next activation back.
Yeah, that's a very nice interaction. You would like to have this next activation command for all of your scores if you can have it, and that's one of the reasons you have next activation command that just hit the board. Endurance is not an icebreaker. Yes, it breaks ice. It is not and yes, it is a boat in the frozen north. It is not actually an icebreaker type card. It cannot get through this ice wall. Next activation command is active. And sure enough, exactly as you said, scoring the off-world office, getting the activation command back.
Also, next activation command, as well as messing up hyperbaric, forcing you to usually pay 4 to get counters on it that you're not going to need to break stuff. It also stops Botulus and Boomerang, which also aren't icebreakers.
That's very true. Yeah, Botulus, that's also an important one. Because Botulus, let it cook for a few turns, and that's one of the best ways to deal with some of this nasty ice, like Ansel or Hoshiko, or Fairchild. Yeah, obviously it doesn't do that if you have an activation command active. We do have a Hippo. Hippo's very threatening with these 3-1 iced servers. And that is finding the activation command and trashing it.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that Hippo with the endurance was, you were not going to res this because you're going to lose it. I'm going to fish for the activation command.
Fishing is successful. 1 out of 4 did.
Yep. We see another install advance and then covering it with another piece of ice.
Yeah. Hippo protection for sure, I have to think, for whatever this innermost ice is.
Yeah, this reads to me like it's either an NGO, if the deck even runs NGOs.
There's exactly one, I think.
Okay.
There are exactly...
Yeah, there's one NGO.
Yeah, there's exactly one. It's a gatekeeper on the innermost, so
boat
Black
doesn't
Orchestra
care
is
if
not
it's
going to get through that.
Yeah, but the boat doesn't care if it's at 6 or 0 strength, and it is the NGO.
It is the NGO. So just taxing out a boat counter effectively here.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, if like going back in, the Black Orchestra now just breaks that for 3, saving boat counters.
Yeah, you have to think Ysengrin wants to have more ice on server 1 at some point in the future. That is going to be an RLC access from HQ after hippoing away this Hagen.
I think the Hagen res was just to try and burn the Hippo because
I think so. Oh, but there's a second one. Ouch.
There was no target for Hagen's first sub, and they didn't res when there was 4 cards in hand. Resing when there's now 2, unless they top decked an agenda, just seems like burn the Hippo if you want to get in.
Yeah, we do have a second, so we have an outermost ice on both HQ and server 1 now, protecting from that Hippo. Server 1 not looking that strong though. It is just a gatekeeper. There's already a Black Orchestra in the bin. There is enough money on Hoshiko's side to actually use it. Here's a run on R&D. There's Drafter. Drafter's gonna fire unless boat fires.
Drafter's good. Drafter takes the 2 boat counters. However, yeah, the Hippo's just gonna punch a hole in that server, which means that
Stargate?
Yeah.
Do we see a Stargate?
This would be Stargate territory.
Stargate. Also,
we're probably going to see a Stargate in the near future. Do we see one right now? No, we just see a green orb.
Jeff only has 2 cards in hand and will now need to try and find ice that they can res to put on R&D. Yeah.
Well, there's an ice. So that's step 1.
But they are only on 5 credits.
Yeah. So if this is a resable ice, it is not one of the super punishing ones. We do see a moshing here on Hoshiko's side. Oh, looks like that might have been a misclick. Yeah, it looks like that was a misclick.
She's easily done on Janet, to be fair.
Absolutely, yeah. Gonna draw up. Now playing a moshing. At least 1 card in hand that wanted to keep. Oh, that's a Steel Skin Scarring going in the bin, so moshing is going to draw 5 cards and gain 3 credits.
Is that a second moshing?
That is a second moshing.
putting
MK Ultra
paperclip and Ultra in the bin, which is pretty huge, especially with 18 credits.
18 credits, yeah.
I think here you run R&D for the boat counter and maybe try and tease out an ice res when they're only on 5.
Gonna dirty laundry into HQ, so
or
also
HQ
fishing for ice reses.
Yeah, also HQ works as well.
Gatekeeper. So that's border control, or sorry, that's Black Orchestra having to pay through that a fair amount, but Gatekeeper seems like a good one here because you kind of don't mind if it gets hippoed in the future. Yes, it's only going to tax 3 out from Black Orchestra, but it provides protection to whatever this innermost dice is on HQ.
I love the chat saying Asger is in big deal range. Yep, pretty much.
Isn't Boat Runner big deal?
Yeah.
Just crediting up.
There we go.
Ysengrin. Here comes the Stargate.
There we go.
There it is. Chat saying this is hard mode for the Corp, and I agree. The runner did a very good early game aggression, which caused the Corp to spread himself quite thin. Fishing for that next activation and hitting it was
crucial.
A huge blow as well.
Yeah, because otherwise that would have been, I think, a second scored agenda, right?
The back-to-back hippos punching holes in the servers as well.
Yeah, or really, really good early draw from Hoshiko, it seems, but more importantly, played that draw extremely well.
Yeah.
So thinking this over, potentially wants to get rid of the Spin Doctor or the Magnet and run back to get the food, or potentially just let Ysengrin draw the food, and where's it going to go?
Yeah, I think I like trashing the spin here.
Yeah.
To be honest, especially as the spin is the sort of defense against Stargate to away, but would also let Jeff sort of draw back into the game.
True.
Maybe find some hedge funds or ice.
Magnet
Get rid of
going
the
away.
Magnet, though.
Okay.
Yeah, getting rid of the ice when everything
So,
when everything seems so lightly iced is not a bad call either. And like you said, the GFI goes to hand, but where does it go? Well, they drew the Spin Doctor, so I'm guessing it's going to archives.
Seems about right, yeah. That does mean Ysengrin's going to stay low on credits this turn, though. If that is the play. Mid-level clearance potentially to help with that.
This is
Okay.
definitely tough for the Corp, but we're still in the game here, and we're slowly digging ourselves out of the hole here. So Jeff not giving up, and that's the way you should play this. Server
So
one.
red level for 2 credits and a click, and then click for credits is, yeah, essentially clicking for 2 credits and discarding a card.
Respect
But yeah,
this.
when you're in such an economic hole, I can see it. Interestingly, though, that means that the GFI is still in HQ.
That's correct. Holding it for a potential future scoring play. Next activation command, getting a hover here from Spin Doctor and Magnet. So next activation command and Magnet both coming out. This is going to be a free Stargate with the potential to encounter either of those after that shuffle.
Yeah.
Does not see any of those. Does see a Seamless.
And a Rashida.
Seamless and Skunkworks both seem like good trashes here.
I mean, the Rashida feels like a good trash as well, although you can just go back in.
Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked for this last click to be run HQ trash this Rashida. Get the value purge for 0 virus counters. Another Botulus comes down on the outermost. Obviously, these players know the deck lists. They've been able to see them. They know that there is only this one Magnet. This Botulus is safe on server 1 for now.
Yeah.
So that's a new ice on the outside of R&D. Battening down the hatches against Stargate. Dreamnet comes down, just continuing to get this incidental value from all of these runs.
The GFI still in HQ.
Yeah.
As TugtetguT, I'd be almost tempted to. I mean, it is 6 cards, but again, you can force the ice res of that innermost ice quite easily and break it. But just what's going to stop a boat really at this point?
Nothing that we see right now. Yeah.
The botulus on the unresed ice on the remote makes that remote pretty
Paper thin.
yeah.
Just
And they are
absolutely paper thin.
going for HQ, and it's the Fairchild
play.
which just eats the boat counters and either
one
3
thing.
credits or a pad tap.
Potentially the Liberated. No, the Black Orchestra, which is basically that's paying 3.
Yeah. Finding the Rashida, which is
not a bad hit.
not terrible when the corpse in on such a back foot.
Yeah, it would be tough to actually stick that Rashida given the state of the remote, but I guess with the Black Orchestra trash, actually Gatekeeper becomes a bit more of a tax than it would have been otherwise.
Yeah.
Sure enough, pay 3.
Although
pay 3.
it's
New Rashida.
so paying 3 to Fairchild in credits or trash and Black Orchestra to reinstall is slightly different because of Paladin.
That's a very good point. The Paladin.
So
does
what
matter.
what they essentially did there in a roundabout way is use Paladin to pay for Fairchild.
Yeah. So effectively pay 2 instead of pay 3. This
Yeah.
is a drafter. Drafter is going to get boated through. Botch was once again going to break this Gatekeeper for free. Drafter is going to be an annoyance on the outermost. Well, MK Ultra is actually one of the better answers to Drafter in the format. So MK Ultra already in the bin.
Magnet deployment test and Drafter on top, and they destroy the magnet, which, when you're relying on Botulus, I can see that.
So HQ's a little loaded right now. We know there
Does
were
mean
at least
HQ has both a GFI and an Architects in it, which is it's at least 4 points for the runner in there. Although constantly running through the F3 is going to get a little tiring.
You could say that Corp is on winning point here because they have 5 points in hand, but of course this is a very bad read of the situation. But just in case you're thinking that's possible, it's very unlikely.
Oh, Mavirus from Archives does purge some of these counters on these Botuli.
Yeah, I assume they did it just for
brutal.
the boat counter and the draw, and possibly keeping Hoshiko on a digital side.
3 pad taps with 4 credits here on the corp side seems very difficult to fight through.
Indeed. Like, I think if you start trashing these, you lose.
Yeah, I just don't think you end up with enough time to actually win the game if you trash them. But if you score your off-world offices and you're dripping 3 into the runner's score area, or you play your hedge fund and you do that, it's very, very tough to actually beat this Hoshiko deck. We've kind of reached late game Hoshiko. That's really.
So what
really
I said
difficult
pre-match
for
is like if Hoshiko can reach late game where the servers have had holes punched in them through Hippo and the Botulus and Endurance are allowed to snowball. Without next activation command, it becomes very hard for the Corp to do anything.
Agreed. What do you think? What is Ysengrin's out? How does Ysengrin try to win this game?
I think just keep jamming nonsense in that remote and slowly draining the runner. But even then, that seems like such a hard ask with their board state.
Yeah, and this being the PD deck, there isn't as much nonsense to jam as you would have in like an Asa. Yes, you have spin doctors. You only have a few of those. Already used the 1 NGO, already used 2 Rashidas. There's 1 more Rashida, and after that, you're pretty much out of nonsense to jam.
Yeah.
You have to start jamming agendas.
NGO Managarm back into R&D with that spin doctor, so we're not giving up here, and this is great. This is great to see from Jeff. There's still a chance here, but like you said, this is late game Hoshiko, so that's going to be quite rough. 20 credits in the bank, and that's a Stargate. Easy peasy to get in. Let's see what
I mean,
gets first.
it's the final of the European and African Championship. I don't think you give in.
Absolutely
no,
not.
absolutely not.
I wouldn't give in if I was playing on my kitchen table.
Yeah.
Yep. Now, the Stargate does find an NGO front, so getting... Obviously, Fairchild 3, Ansel 1.0, very nasty ice. Jeff on low enough credits that they don't seem reasonable right now. The NGO being nonsense that can get jammed into this remote, I prioritized over both of those.
Mm-hmm.
Now, jam plus 2 credits does put Ysengrin on seamless advance territory, so plenty of money to get through this remote, but it does seem important to actually do it this turn.
Yeah, and they got MK in the bin and the Botulus.
Choosing
Hell.
not to, just going to click through Ansel.
Yeah, that also works.
Yeah. Like, why spend the money if you don't have to, I guess. Tranquility.
And
Home
yeah,
Grid
this is
for
what
everyone.
with like just putting junk in the remote. Trank Grid, like when you're in 24 credits, like
Hippo comes down too.
Hippo 3.
So Drafter
Yeah,
is
I'm-
not long for this world.
yeah, I'm also guessing they drew Hippo off the DreamNet trigger. Otherwise, it would
Yeah.
have probably eaten the Ansel.
Have to think so, yeah. Outermost Ice, obviously expensive for Ysengrin to pay that install cost right now, does protect that Ansel from that exact play you were just talking about.
Yeah, but whilst protecting the Ansel strengthens the remote, it does inadvertently just weaken R&D.
Mm-hmm.
Like with a boat counter, they can smash the drafter and then Stargate for free each turn.
Fishing
Mhm.
for agendas.
Fairchild encountered. Wonder if we're going to see a click through or if we're going to see... Yep,
No,
click through.
click
all of them.
through.
We know there are 2. Yep, that's an architect
And
deployment.
there's the
Starting to pluck-
architect.
Starting to pluck these agendas out of HQ. We know there's at least one more. The hardest one for Ysengrin to score. Just clicking for credits here. Stargate comes down. Imagine this drafter is not long for the world.
Yep. Oh,
It stays. It stays. Just going to boat through it. Not going to hippo it this time. Saving the hippo for a different server or potentially a different turn.
yeah. I'm guessing saving the Hippo for the remote then?
Seems like it.
Finding the border on this, though, is...
Border
is
control's a pretty
big.
good
Yep.
hit. Also has the knowledge that there is one seamless in the deck there in the top 3. We know that one seamless is in hand, but that does lower the threat of having double seamless to try to score this GFI out.
With how much the Stargates are whiffing now, I would think maybe HQ has even more agendas than
Yeah,
we've thought.
it seems right. Where are all of them otherwise? Unless they're all at the bottom of R&D.
Although Stargate does put the Corp on a clock as well, because
Mm-hmm.
they've only got 10 cards in R&D and 2 points.
Yeah, Ysengrin trying to scramble back here. This Botulus is going to get this Ansel for free. So this is not an expensive server, unfortunately, for PD. Here's another Ansel. You can even click through this in Hippo if you don't want to spend a single cent.
Yeah, although I think NK ultraing and killing it that way is fine when you're on 29 credits.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
you-
they
you
are just
can't-
clicking it.
You can't take him with you, but Tug's going to try here.
Poor
Yeah.
old Ansel. Yep. Click Hippo
Alright,
is
the
a
Ansel.
is a particular flex, but I mean you can totally do it. You're controlling the board here. This is just about finding the agendas. It's very hard for the Corp to play against any of this with such a setup, but there's still hope, right?
Yeah, I honestly think it's fine to spend the entire turn clicking through Ansel because What is the corp doing? What's the corp threatening
Yeah.
to do? They're installing one thing and clicking for 2 credits most of these turns.
And that remote is paper thin.
Yeah. That remote is nothing right now. Well, we do have an install and an install on the remote, so that's threatening to be a defensive upgrade, potentially 2.
I mean, if that's the one, if that's the void, Jeff doesn't have the credits to support it. If that's the Skunk Works,
it's very difficult.
like 5 credits is such a drop in the ocean for
Oh no! Don't make me spend 5 of my 26 credits.
Although with how the game's been going, yep,
yeah,
they'll
just
click through it.
click. Yeah.
Off-world, that's 4
And that's
points.
an off-world office. Oh jeez.
So there is a GFI potentially still in HQ unless it's been discarded, as there are 3 face downs.
This has been very well played by Hoshiko. I just don't know that I see outs for PD right now.
No, like I said, the mandatory draw, they have 9 cards in hand. The mandatory draws the natural clock. Stargate's adding 1 to that clock every time it's used. Spin Doctor draws 2 when you res it, so it doesn't actually put the clock back.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to trash one of these Bachui. Or just trash... Okay, never mind. Just trash a... Okay, trashing a green orb to get out the MK Ultra. Gonna break through Drafter. Bacillus will get through this Gatekeeper for free.
Chat
Leaving
saying
counter
that spontaneous, irrecoverable internet problems for Asuka is probably Jeff's only out.
Trashing the next activation command, that is...
But again,
on this amount of money, next activation command probably doesn't even do it, but that was one of the few outs left, I think.
I mean, it's very taxing still if the ISO gets +2 strength. Interestingly, again, 3 non-agendas.
Yeah.
So HQ must be
Ysengrin
loaded.
drawing up here. So that Seamless Launch is in hand, and an unknown card is now in hand.
Yeah.
And an unknown card is now in server 1. Money.
I really
continuing
think
to
his only
drip in.
outs is that Asuka just doesn't respect the remote, thinking that's the Tranquility Grid they saw on top, and try and Stargate and fish in HQ. But I also don't think they have enough time to even get to 7 points.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's an Architect.
Oof. Hoshiko on exactly 1 mad dash. Yep, and here comes the mad dash. This could be the Spin Doctor in server 1.
No, they only run 2
No.
spin.
Oh, only 2 spin. Okay, could not be. In that case, that is the game. Congratulations to Continental's champion, Asker. Extremely well played all weekend.
That Hoshiko game, very good early aggression to spread the corp thin when the corp had done like an early rush themselves, and then just very surgical in how they didn't let them get back in the game.
A complete dismantling, essentially, that last game. It unfortunately was not that close, just thanks to the early play and how that snowballed.
What a game. Well, I mean, I just have to say on my side as well, huge congrats to Ysengrin, because this is like at some wild time for Ysengrin, I guess, time zone-wise, and you still managed to just claw your way all the way from the bottom of the... Was that the bottom of the field? Yeah, I mean, that was... Yeah, seed, basically seed 7 versus seed 8.
He was seed 8, and I believe he lost his first cut game, so crawled all the way through the lower bracket to get
very impressive run through the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely.
Should we see if either of them or both are available to
that would be
jump
awesome
on for an interview?
Absolutely. I'm gonna just put the decks on the screen just in case they can make it. And I'm just gonna try and see if they can access, where do we have Jeff here as well? They should both be able to enter, yeah, let's just try and get them on, if that... Oops. Are you already on it? I'm trying to type, but it's a bit tricky. Okay. This is the part where I wish I had like things, you know, like macro to my keys and just like I'm just copy pasting stuff and things just happen and you know, but
Yeah, I just asked him. We'll go ahead and see how that goes.
Awesome.
I think they're still recapping the game in
Absolutely.
the game lobby from what I saw.
Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense.
Oh, we've got 2 thumbs ups though. So
So let's just drag them in.
Do both of them have the Tug is going to need 5 minutes.
Okay, so let's just get Jeff in first, and then he's gonna jump in 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, if that's okay. So we're gonna drag Ysengrin.
Cool. I'll probably head out when the interview starts, but thank you for letting me come and commentate.
Navi, thank you so much. First of all, for coming up with the Intercontinental final format together with the community the very first time we had Intercontinentals, which we're gonna re-witness and relive, or actually live anew, because this is gonna be the new deal, so to speak, with the new meta, the boat meta, next weekend. And thank you so much for running this tournament. It was quite an ordeal, huh? 7 rounds, tiebreakers, people in the 90s.
Like I didn't run it solo. I had help with Javi, Sanjay, and Ruben Pizzas and MB Kelly, who were all fantastic. Javi actually just took the lead for most of yesterday and did really well, to say that it's his first time really running such a big event on as the top person. So yeah, and I mean, this community is just great to work with in general. But yeah, the team yesterday were amazing to work with.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for all the good work and all the good times. And yeah, we'll be seeing you around. But take it easy and do rest on your off time from this.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, this wild stuff that we're usually calling fun and whatnot. And here we have Ysengrin, Jeff, joining us. Hello there. Can you just say something so we can check the levels and stuff for the audio?
Yeah, hello.
Beautiful voice.
Hello, thanks for having me on.
Well, thank you for being on. I mean, what time is it for you right now? How many hours of Netrunner today?
It's 9:42, so I guess we've been playing for about 4 hours. Just over.
Just a casual 4 hours of Netrunner before.
I just woke up at 5 in the morning to be ready at 5:30 to play, and then I just managed to make the top finals and just beating the first game. You know,
Getting second place at European and African Continentals, and you still, still time for brunch later.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, exactly. I got my whole day ahead of me now. It's ideal. So.
Congrats
on the run. That was a fantastic run through the bracket today.
Yeah, it was. I mean, like any bracket run, it requires a lot of luck, but it was a lot of fun. I got all of my opponents played fantastically. It was a really good experience, and like there's always, you can see 1 or 2 mistakes, but I think, to be honest, this has felt like some of the best Netrunner I've ever played this weekend. So I'm happy that the results seem to reflect that.
Yeah, we got to catch some of it on stream, and from what we saw, I definitely agree. Very tight play from your opponents, the games we saw, and from you as well. Did you have a favorite game during the run through the bracket here?
Ooh, that's a great question. I actually think the game versus MrBuggles on PE, like, it wasn't my favorite game to play, but I thought it was super tense. I think a lot of the other ones were like, I got incredibly lucky. Like, winning the first game of the finals should not have happened. I had a bunch of just completely amazing corp draws throughout the entire cut. So it's like, yeah, my corp went. So, they were all, it's like, I'll definitely want to go back and watch them, but that PE deck of just trying to figure out what the possible line is to minimize my chances of dying was a fun variation. A little sad I didn't get to get either APOC or a deep dive off, but
God. Yeah, and getting it sniped off of the House of Knives, if I remember correctly. That's just
yeah.
Man.
Yeah. The 1 in 5 to snipe it on the House of Knives.
How did it feel when you saw the res all at the end of the game, and you saw the Cerebral Overrider, the Utica Cipher. What did that feel like, realizing how close you came to death all game?
I actually kind of thought it was something like that. Because if they were anything else, the only thing I'm worried about in that deck that's advanced usually is clearing houses. Like, yes, they can score with stuff too. But I'll be honest, I didn't see either MrBuggles or Lost Geek go for that line. And often, I know against Lost Geek, for example, he had like 2 advancements on a Blood in the Water, and it's like, well, if I just end every turn on 5 cards, it's still a lot to go and score that. And so I was like, my strategy going in was just like, okay, I'm going to ignore having to check the double advanced cards for as long as humanly possible, and then decided to flip it at just the right time to find the Oppo and win the game. So like, again, continuing my lucky streak, that could have been anything. But I was sort of counting, and I was like, okay, most of the double advanced traps I think are represented on the board already, so this is more likely to be something else. But I could have easily gotten some real punishment there. So
Awesome stuff.
Absolute racers.
I think we have Asger with us as well. Hello there.
Indeed.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well.
Congrats on the win.
Thank you so much.
So my first question is just going to be, how does it feel to play 7 hours of 7 rounds of Netrunner yesterday, and then just be in the top seed, in the top cut as seed number 7, and then actually make it to the finals, and then just winning this thing, because whatnot, and you're the only one winning the continentals of a continent you're actually on.
Yeah, most important thing. 7 rounds of Swiss is a lot. Like a lot. So I was like, I think everyone is just really tired, right? After 4 rounds of Swiss, right? You're like, it's the break now.
Oh my goodness, it was so brutal yesterday.
Yeah, it was, and also, like this was I think this was the hardest Swiss tournament I've ever been in. Like in round 4, I had faced 3 opponents that have been in a world final, like Oliver and the big unit, and like, just what is this?
Oh man. Yeah, it was an absolutely brutal. I mean, it was close to the cutoff for 16, but it wasn't there. So you just have all of these killers, and you have to have such a good record. Do you have any tips for people who were in a situation where they have to go through like 7 rounds of Swiss, how to stay fresh for the end of the day?
Yeah, and if you can actually also maybe in perspective with the decks you brought and you built, because you knew you were going to play a long tournament, so maybe a bit of both, like the tips for a long tournament, because we do have Worlds coming up, so people will be coming there.
Oh, true. Yeah. So if you can just sweep 3 or 4 rounds in ID, that's the best version. Like, do that. Otherwise, just play decks that you're comfortable with and practice your decks. I actually think, like, obviously I'm in a testing group, and lots of people are in testing groups. But if you don't have a testing group, or like your testing group just doesn't test that much, just play your decks. Play your decks online and play them a lot, so you're comfortable with them. So you like. The more situations you've been with your decks, the easier it's going to be to play a long tournament, because your autopilot is so much better, right? And like if you have to start thinking on turn 1, with the sequencing, that's an issue, because then those 7 rounds will be really, really long. So I think mostly that.
Jeff, what about you? Any tips? Any tips for people who might be playing in weird time zones? Like, how the hell did you get up at 5 and just like, I'm just gonna play? I would need like 3 coffees and 3 hours. I'm perfectly honest here, to just get my brain going. So, hello, Jeff. Did we lose you? Did we lose me?
I hear you, but not Jeff.
No, maybe we lost Jeff. Well, that happens. Or maybe I'm just losing the stream again, because that's also happening very often. Jeff Flatline, no, no. I mean, chances. I mean, let's be honest. You woke up like if you wake up early in the morning or almost at the end of the night, are you back? Well, do let us know if you're back. But if you wake up super early and then just 1 sec. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, life can get to you. You could be just like, oh yeah, this is the morning. You have the whole day ahead of you. But maybe there's I don't know. Maybe there's the mail coming in or something. So Asger, if you don't mind, could you?
Testing.
Oh, you're there. Welcome back. Okay.
Fantastic. Okay.
Ooh, sorry.
I think actually I hit the mute button on my microphone.
That'll
that
do.
happens.
Oh.
That happens.
Streamer.
So if you could just
But,
repeat the last 2 minutes.
Yeah. No, I mean, so for me, I'm honestly an early riser, so this was only maybe an hour and a half early. Well, a little more than an hour and a half earlier than I would normally get up. So it just meant I went to bed, on time as opposed to staying up late and getting up early. But I think for me, there's a couple of big things. One, it was having people to check in with and just be able to go like, this was the result, here's what I did well, and people to cheer me on. Like that was actually huge because I ended up literally having to play every single game. I never got an ID in the entire tournament, which was pretty brutal.
Yeah.
And
For the
yes,
record, I also didn't.
Yeah, I know. I think because this cut was like X and 3 as the guaranteed in meant people were super competitive at the X and 4, whereas I wanted to just coast at the X and 4 and just roll the dice. But but I guess I think all of Asker's advice was right. I think it's the other thing is actually giving yourself time to think. I know as someone, I ended up playing slow decks, basically. I played the Control Shaper, and while PD kind of sprinted in the last couple of games, it doesn't usually win that fast. Even though it's not that many turns, both players have to stop and think a lot. And for me, this was I have to give myself permission to stop and actually think through my lines, and not just be like, oh, I'm in the tournament, I got to play quickly and correctly. And that was a big thing for me. If you give yourself time, you'll usually find the lines.
Yeah, exactly. Time for the hard spots, and then familiarity play on the early turns, and the slightly easier turns, and then think on the hard turns.
Mm-hmm. We have some questions coming from the chat, by the way, as well. First of all, and I think this is the most important one for the people prepping for Worlds coming in October, which is around the bend. Where do you see the ban list heading for Worlds after this tournament with this meta and so on? And be as open about it as you want. I mean, just be honest or be brutally honest, or just, I don't know, you can ruse us as well with your ideas. And also boat. That's the second.
Yeah,
sentence.
exactly. I think, okay, here's what I think. I think that, so I think boat is the problem, but I think boat won't be banned, but the cards surrounding boat will be banned, and then the entire tournament will resolve around boat, and then it will have to be banned afterwards. That's what I think will happen.
I think modally that's probably correct. I think there's a I think people would be like, oh, we really would, if we can avoid banning one of the centerpiece cards of the set on the first ban list after it's out, that would be great. I am somewhat optimistic that you can take out some of the supporting cards and make it a little more, it'll still be very strong, but it'll be a little more high variance, and it'll be a little bit more about how good you can make the rest of the shell around it. Because you can tax out the boat. In most of my PD games, the boat was often down to one counter a lot of the time. It was fairly relevant that the boat gets exhausted. But when the runner's dripping 2 per turn from Rizekis and pad taps and tapworms, it means that, oh, you know what, by the time we get to turn 12, the runner can have made me res all my ice, broken it all, and be on 20 credits. So there, I have to have some real kind of thick cheese to make it through and score out some points, which is why we saw a lot of people on Sportsmetal as well, because it attacks boat from a different axis. So just based on the conversations I've been seeing, I suspect a trip ban is going to be tried, but it might be that SBL just decides, nope, we got to take out the boat. In which case, I think, Crim ends up being the big winner to me because I think they can't run boat, they can run everything else, and you end up in a very weird metagame because I think taking out the boat probably completely kills Shaper again. So it's a bit. It like that would be such a huge change to the meta. It's a little bit hard to anticipate.
And speaking,
I'm seeing one question that I'm interested in hearing the answer for. Obviously, in a meta with so much boat, in a meta with so much Shaper, why play Anarch?
Hoshiko?
Yeah.
It just felt a little bit better actually, than that. So, but like, Hippo and Boat is ridiculous. I think the very final game just shows it very well, right? Because as Jeff said, right, you can sometimes tax the boat counters and get it to 0, but then the runner has 20 credits and you have to deal with that. Hippo and Boat just says you have nothing, right? You just prolong the life of boat for 5 turns or something, and the same with Botulus. Like you sort of, it's like life-saving boats that you install on problematic eyes. Like you saw the fight about over the magnet, right? That was like there was a key piece in me staying afloat that game that I got rid of the magnet, so I knew I could just put the Botulus on stuff and be safe.
It was honestly very funny, like in the commentator seat, seeing this scrap over like this 3-cost code gate. Of all the things in the matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with Fairchild 3 just unbanned, right? Like just this. Yeah. Maybe the best code gate with Slot Machine and Ingram Flush, but like, oh no, Magnet's gotta go. And then like moshing Steel Skin is really, really good. Hoshiko Dreamnet is very, very good. Dreamnet Hoshiko is all you need against the PE deck. Just install Dreamnet, run. which is quite a nice safety valve to have if people are bringing a really, really nasty PE deck to the tournament as well. So I think those things.
Very true.
Fair enough. And I have a tangential question to this because over the 3 tournaments we've seen different factions represented, but there was on the Corp side there was basically everything. You could see exciting games of all the different major factions, but on the runner side we did see Anarchs, not that many, but performing quite okay. I mean the Bochiko is already a meme in a way. Or about Shipko, sorry. Actually, no, it's Hoshipko, sorry. See, I mean, there's already 5 names for it, but criminals were few and far between, and this is the thing, like, what do you think? Do criminals even stand a chance in this universe right now, in this meta, or is this something like they just have to wait for another batch of cards to shake things up, or maybe a big change in the ban list?
So I'll say, I think if you're anticipating a meta that is all stuff like Reality Plus, Precision Design, probably even Op, I think Criminal is like really well positioned against those, but you don't see any Crim because it is just completely obliterated in the sports matchup. Like this is the second loss I think I had on this Corp deck in the entire tournament. And the other loss was to a Sable, because you just can't beat Deep Dive Sable as PD, basically. And so I think like that's sort of, there's a lot of good Criminal matchups. Criminal is probably favored against Asa as well. Like it has a bunch of matchups where it's favored, but it's so bad against Sports, and Sports is also decent enough against Sokka's Lat. Like it's probably marginally favored against Sokka's Lat, that you're in for just hitting some really rough matchups. And then the other thing is, it's still good, it's just not as good. So if you're a real tryhard, you should just run the boat instead most of the time. At least that's how I look at it.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. It's tough to multi-access is really tough to come by in criminal right now. Like there's deep dive, there's stargate, there's twinning if you're on chess Vey. But then you can't play boat, and boat is really really good. So you're and it's also like it's a bit of a struggle to just make that influence the not influence the multi-access work in criminal. So it's like you really, really have to struggle in deck building, and then you're also not playing the best runner card in the pool. So like, the cons are quite large.
Okay, I get it. I mean, yeah, these are very good
buy it, yeah.
explanations, yeah, and that's probably going to inform a lot of people's ideas and thinking for the world's meta. So I really do hope somebody puts a killer Crim deck that's just going to deny credits and do all the evil things that Crims do, and then Corps are just going to be like, what? I cannot even, do anything. But that remains to be seen. A side question while I also go through the chat to look for something from our audience, but are you going to be changing your decks for Intercontinentals or not? And you can completely just say, I will not answer this question because, it's...
Feel free to ruse, too.
Exactly.
Absolutely. I don't know. I don't even know when Intercontinentals is. But I think... Next weekend. All right. Yeah, probably. Like there are some stuff that you can change in the Asa deck. Maybe fit in next activation command. That card seemed pretty good. So for sure I'll do that. I'll put next activation command in Asa. And then if everyone's playing the APOC shape, I probably don't want to play that deck. So
Yeah.
Jeff, what about you?
Oh boy, I PD felt so good for me this weekend. I need to make adjustments to it. There's a bunch of cards I wasn't super happy with, or like could have done one or two things better probably. But it's in terms of runner side, like here's the other answer is I might just try and have some fun at Intercontinentals and see if I can make an op deck work. After we see so many good ones, and I can pilfer some of their ideas and combine them with some of mine and go, all right, let's have some fun. We'll play op, and then we'll play a good shaper deck, and see where we can go from there. My other spicy ban would be if we ban Stone Ship Chart Room. That hurts shaper a lot.
Ooh.
Because now you die to
can kill
combo
him
boom
again.
decks. Yeah.
Yeah. Boom is always
I think a question that I'm seeing in chat, or I don't know if it's even phrased as a question, but it seems like a question to me is, can we get a commitment from either of you to play boat Pex at Intercontinental? Apex with boat.
Boat.
I'll let Jeff answer first.
Hey, we saw it win a game in Swiss, okay? It was on stream.
Absolutely.
I will... I'll consider it.
All right, we have a commitment to play boat Pex.
There we go. I'll play boat Sunny then.
Boats.
Ooh, there we go. We're
That's actually
cooking with
not a
gas
bad
now.
idea.
Who needs an 8-cost console when you can have an 8-cost console?
Exactly.
Makes sense, and you can just instead of just passing the ice, you're just gonna be passing the ice in a way. But yeah, okay.
You play both and recheck them back and forth.
That's good. I like that.
That sounds wild.
Security Next is not feeling very good right now. Let me uninstall it to install my boat.
Okay, do we have any other questions in the chat? I'm just very, very quickly scrolling through here because I want to make sure that the two of you also get rest and whatnot. Because yeah, Intercontinentals is coming next weekend, so we still don't know the details. That still will be figured out between all the players and the organizers. So that remains to be seen, of course, and there will be some coordination happening in the background. But
I think a question that I have.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, we've talked a little bit about Intercontinentals. Are y'all going to be at Worlds? Or are we going to potentially see a rematch in the final at Worlds?
I'm not going, unfortunately.
And I'm judging, so I'll be around to play gunslinger games and such, but I won't be competing in the main event. But
Oh, so you heard it here. If you want to see the rematch, tune in next week. You might see it in Intercontinentals.
Yeah.
But we do have,
basically it.
sorry, we have one question that we have in the chat. What were the toughest matchups you faced during the Top Cut today?
For me, it was definitely the finals. I think the Shaper APOC list was probably my literal worst matchup for Asa. And I played Asa round 1 and round 2, and I just had the absolute nuts. Like, just incredible draws. Rashida, Luminal, Office, vroom. It was, so definitely the finals for me.
Yeah, no, those finals games were great. I got so lucky in that Asa game. But I think also if you're like 2 turns slower, I probably find one of my APOCs and roll the game. So it's a little bit A and B. So no, I don't know. This cut was actually like there was basically no games that felt like non-games for me at least. So that's a great accomplishment for me.
Yeah, and in the PE game, we had a question related to that. I know this might be a bit hidden below or under all the different memorable moments afterwards, but there was a 5 advanced card in a remote, and you didn't run it. So Jeff, what was your line of thinking there?
Oh, it was okay. So it was either if it was an agenda, it could have gotten scored on a million different turns. If it's an Urticus Cipher, why would I check it? If it's a Cerebral Overwriter, why would I check it? If it's a Clearinghouse, I could check it, or I could have a Stone Ship Chart Room installed and always end my turn on 5 cards. And that was my line for as long as possible. And I figured at some point you can pop it for a fast advanced score. And so I kept waiting for that to happen, and it never happened. And so at a certain point, I didn't have any choice but to go below 5 cards and just said, all right, if I die, I die. And I didn't die, so I'm like, okay, it has to be a trap then. Like, that's the only thing left it could be. So now I just can ignore it for the rest of the game.
Brilliant. I mean, this is a read that, if you let us into your head and you explain things, then it makes perfect sense. So if people want to revisit the stream and look at this, that's a brilliant line of thinking. Thank you for sharing this. Because, I would personally just go panicky and check stuff and then probably die turn 3, but never mind. That's why I'm not playing anything meaningful.
Yeah.
That's basically it.
The big thing for this runner meta is like, I still think this is a hugely runner favored meta. But like, even though my corp cleaned up relative to what it did, but like, you should always just be thinking as the runner, how do I actually lose from this board state? Like, what actually flatlines me or gets them to 7 points? And if you can prevent that, take that line that presents you with the least possible amount of risk, and you will eventually kind of win through inevitability at the moment, just because of how the game is structured. And sometimes you, as the corp, you can bluff or set up board states where the runner can't quite get to everything. And that's a lot of what the corp game plan is. That's why everyone's going so fast. Or very orthogonal, like the PE deck. But yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I only have one final question. Have you thought about the GIF you're going to use for Deck of the Week?
It's probably going to be something with a ship on it.
Appropriate. Definitely appropriate.
So, yeah.
Makes sense. Okay, so we're gonna be wrapping this up because it's time to wrap it up. It's been an absolute blast of a day and a half of super high quality, high excitement, loads of fun, inspiring net running and corping as well. Final words, final plugs. Is there anything you would like to advertise? I don't know. It doesn't have to be Netrunner related. Just say it. This is your 15 minutes, I would say, but it's gonna be more like 15 seconds. Jeff, you go first.
Well, if people are watching this and somehow don't know that I have a YouTube channel and weekly Twitch stream, you should check those out. They're, I think both you can find them by searching Ysengrin SC. and I usually stream on Wednesdays starting at about 7 p.m. Eastern. And then the other thing people should check out is the itinerant protesters. It's a Discord that we run that's meant to be sort of an open testing place. It doesn't always see the most testing, but there's a lot of, I think, very serious and thoughtful deck discussion. And I think it's a really good community of basically spikes trying to figure out how to play and what to play. And I will probably be posting a bunch of replays and trying to get advice and feedback on some of my losses there. So it's a great little place to check out.
Cool, thank you for this. Asger, what about you?
I not much, I think. Thank you to Nisei for sporting a really great event yet again, and for keeping the game alive. I like the game a lot.
We can tell. I was kind of hoping you have a Bandcamp profile or something, or I don't know, you have like an account somewhere where you, I don't know, like an Instagram account where you post photos of some cool stuff. But no, don't worry, no need to open it right now.
Yeah.
With that,
I have a user on Slack.
oh, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
With that, I'm gonna say thank you once again, and finally, so much for playing today and yesterday and all the time up to here, because basically the game keeps going as long as we all keep going. So that's the story here. Huge congrats to both of you for this amazing achievement. Huge congrats to Asger TugtetguT for becoming the 2022 officially named Netrunner Europe and Africa champion with the belt and whatnot, and defending the continent next weekend, hopefully against 11 other players for the Intercontinental champion title. And huge thanks to my crew here. Huge thanks to everybody watching for being so patient with me and my shoddy internet. I don't know what to do with this, but that's a story for a different stream. Take it easy, hydrate, stay well rested, always be running. Anything else? I don't know. Should we all just go hack the planet? 3, 2, 1. Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Thank you so much, folks. Thank you so much.
Yeah, congrats to both.
Yeah, take care.
Thanks.
Okay, everybody. Unplugging this, I'm extending my huge thanks to neuropantser and Navi and Ed and Orbital Tangent and everybody else who has been commentating Continentals. Yeah, there will be an event next weekend for sure. It will be streamed on this channel for sure, with somebody with a much more stable connection for sure. So do take it easy, stay hydrated and healthy until then, and be patient. The 12 players from the Continentals are gonna face off next weekend, but until then, thank you so much for being here, thank you so much for watching, enjoying this, raffling things away and whatnot. Always be running and always be using a boat, I assume, because that seems to be the case here. Ciao!